Chinapo, Christopher
Right.
Chinapo.
Right.
Okay, good. Yeah.
He's a director from JCC.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher, not Chance. Christopher.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher Chinapo, not
Mm-hmm.
Chance. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And MD, right?
MD going to do instead of Mr. Malava.
MD going this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and MD is a part of this conversation.
Yes.
Okay.
But is Tamar going to be introducing them?
Okay.
Not me. Tamar. His Excellency Angie Martinez, Ambassador of the Dominican Republic to Jamaica. She's on her way and will be gracing us with her presence today. The Honorable Pernell Charles, Minister of Labor and Social Security. The Honorable Marcia Smith, who will also be gracing us with her presence today. And she's the Minister in the Ministry of Education and Youth, the State Minister. Mr. St. Patrice Ennis, President, Jamaica Confederate of Trade Unions. Mr. Christopher Chinapo, who is here representing Mr. Philip Ramson, who is the President of the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Chinapo is a Director at the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce. Dr. Tanisha Ingleton, Managing Director, Heart NSTA Trust. Ms. Ann Postuma, Director, Inter-American Center for Knowledge Development in Vocational Training, and other representatives of ILO CINTERFOR. Mr. Henderson Eastmond, Chairman, Caribbean Association of National Training Agencies, CANTA, and other representatives of the Caribbean Association of National Training Agencies. Members of the visiting Caribbean delegations from countries Antigua and Barbados, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, members of academia, representatives and partners of the public and private sectors and civil society, executives and staff of Heart NSTA Trust, other specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the media, a pleasant good morning to you all. All right, let me just say it in another Jamaican way. Morning, good morning, morning to you all. Can I get a greeting from the other countries? Eastman, how do you say it in Barbados? In Barbados, oh, yes. Morning. What about Trinidad and Tobago? Morning, darling. St. Kitts and Nevis, Courtney. Morning. In his American St. Kitts accent. Which other country do we have represented here? Guyana. Morning. Okay. St. Lucia. Bonjour. Grenada. Not here yet. Dominican Republic. Buenos dias. Oh, and this one. I better get it right. I've spent all night practicing it, Alex. Bon matis too, but I guess you'll say it better. How do you say morning in French? Bonjour. Morning, everyone, Alex. And it's obviously I need some lessons. Yes, so I've been thinking about the deliberations yesterday. And I can't help but feeling that TVET is moving to the top of the agenda. It is really a catalyst for economic development as reflected in our theme. TVET, a pillar for social and economic change in the Caribbean. Do we really believe this? Yes, it is going to drive individuals, make them more productive. It is going to drive firms, organizations. It's going to drive communities. It's going to drive us as a nation, and it's going to drive us regionally. And while it has an economic agenda, we also remember that it has a social agenda and an environmental agenda. So yesterday, we were having conversations about TVET equipping individuals for decent jobs, empowering youth and adults, giving them agency. And this really is not so new, but this is an evolved way of thinking about TVET. Remember years ago, we used to say to a young man, go on down the road, go learn trade at your uncle's shop. Or we would think that TVET is for those, you understand what I mean? So tell me now, Miss Charlene, how do you say that in Jamaican English? Did you hear that? Okay, so Granny, we'll give you a few lessons here in Jamaica. And we talk about repositioning in TVET through social dialogue. And I think this event is a real good example of that. It shows that we are all joined up and we are all united in a common mission. We talk about TVET yesterday as building resilient individuals, communities, and economies, quality apprenticeships, labor market intelligence, and the need for strong, robust TVET systems to lead lifelong learning. As TVET policymakers, leaders, and practitioners, we are focused, we are relentless in our mission to reposition TVET so that it can drive workforce productivity and equip youth and adults for work and for life. You know, at this point in our organization in Heart NSTA Trust, we are celebrating graduations. It's a season of graduations, and we have graduations throughout the entire island. So today we have a graduation going on in St. Anne. We have had 3 so far, and we have the others to come. And for the last financial year, 2022-2023, we certified over 48,000 trainees in Heart. And these individuals are now eligible for graduation. So it is really a time of celebrations. And for me, the graduation, it symbolizes hope, a future, and it symbolizes growth. Young people and adults leaving to make a difference in the nation, in their communities, and in their families. And we are going to continue with these insightful discussions today. And dialogue will be taking place through keynote presentations, panel discussions. We're going to be cementing MOUs. We'll have fireside chats. We will have roundtable discussions. We're all going to come together and we're going to get insights, and we're going to hear from various speakers and diverse perspectives. So we look forward to these discussions. And we can all play our part and I would love to thank our panelists and presenters for staying on time. So that is one way in which we are all going to contribute to making today a successful day. So right now we're going to go hear a keynote presentation, and to continue with the discussions is our Honorable Pernell Charles. He's the Minister of Labor and Social Security. And so a summit of this nature, focusing on decent work and having our minister here today is very opportune. We cannot have a conversation like this and not have him grace us with his presence and hear his perspectives. And Minister Pernell Charles was appointed Minister of Labor and Social Security on May the 22nd, 2023. Prior to this, he served as Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade with responsibility for diaspora affairs. He also served on the National Council for Coastal Zone Management, among other areas. Earlier, he served as Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security, where he had portfolio duties for the Department of Correctional Services, the Jamaica Combined Cadet Force, and special projects within the National Security portfolio. Minister Charles is an attorney at law qualified to practice law in Jamaica and the United States of America. Throughout his professional career, he served at various positions in the justice system. We are really privileged to have the minister here today. He will be speaking on labor and productivity in the new paradigm, insights, and redrawing the battle lines. So welcome to you, Minister. Let's give him a warm welcome. And as the minister comes to us, I would like to take the opportunity to welcome our permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education, Dr. Cassan Troop. She just walked in. Welcome, Dr. Troop.
A wonderful morning to all. Thank you to our master of ceremonies. I see that we're going to be graced with what looks like the entire cabinet when I look on the list. So acknowledgements to all of the ministers who are on their way, and to the permanent secretaries, Ambassador Rocky. Congratulations to our, can I still say newly minted permanent secretary? Someone who I tell you, A lot is on your shoulders, but if anybody has been properly and rigorously prepared, it is you, my friend, Kassan. To Professor Wint, I'm not sure if he's here as yet, Dr. Ingleton, who has taken on the massive task of leading what is one of the most critical institutions that Jamaica has ever had the opportunity to drive as a country, Heart NSTA Trust. Mr. Eastman, Miss Postuma, who I met a while ago, and I'm pretty sure we crossed paths in Geneva during ILO conference, but everything in its time. Mr. Raphael Badia, Dr. Thompson, Mr. Thomas, Miss Sigarian, Mrs. Valerie Quintier, Mr. Johnson. I'm going through all the names since I'm the first to whet the appetite. Marcia Andrews and Genesta Charles. Who is Genesta Charles? Is she here? Where are you from? Grenada. We have to talk. We have to talk. Very seriously, like we might have some issues there. Other esteemed delegates who are here, and I'm hearing all of the accents, the Bayesian and Trinidadian, and my lady in the red. Where are you from? Guyana? Yes, I was in Guyana recently too, trying to get some of the oil. It didn't get any to get back with me. But to everybody who is here, a wonderful morning to you, all our specially invited guests. Welcome to Jamaica. Members of the media, welcome to you as well, ladies and gentlemen. The discussion that we are having, or that you have started yesterday, that we continue today, is perhaps more critical now for myself and my Chief Technical Director, Tamar Nelson, who is here. We serve in a ministry that has to interact with the entire country. We touch and concern and intersect with all of the pain points. We lean on trade union leaders like St. Patrice and others who sometimes are our best friends and in other times are our best friends. But the reality is that we are at a place now in Jamaica where we have to recognize that Jamaica's labor productivity is the key aspect now, based on our inflection point, in terms of stabilizing and continuing the progress in our economic landscape. We have done a lot in the last 7 years and beyond. And as we move towards this inflection point in our economic trajectory, it is now that we have to look on the combination of fiscal discipline, structural reforms, targeted investments, and say to Jamaica and to the world, what next? What master ceremonies do we need to do next to ensure that the gains are not just short-lived? And when you ask this question in terms of how can we position our country for this transformative growth to be sustainable, it's labor. It's labor and all that is interconnected with it in terms of skills, like TVET focuses on, in terms of defining the right attitude, mindset, the culture around the work ethic, and to address those challenges in terms of inequality, the global uncertainties, but again, it falls back to availability and productivity of our labor force. How do we work towards sustainability? So, I know that you would have heard yesterday from my colleague minister, and I'm certain that she spoke on issues relating to skills and the digital transformation, but it's critical. And some of it I may have to repeat. Education, skill development, technological advancement, and management practices, all of these are essential to influence and to drive overall productivity. We are determined as a country to make sure that as we design the map of what the future of not just work but of Jamaica's development will be, that we connect the dots between those essential areas and that we learn from the mistakes of our friends and ourselves. I tell persons all the time, my mother would remind me when I was in high school, she'd say, one of the best things about you is that you listen. She didn't have to tell me twice, don't go down that road. Because me no want to go down that road and buck my toe. If you go down there and buck your toe already. For what? I'm not that mischievous. So as a country, we got to learn from the mistakes and make sure we don't repeat them. And we have to look on the global context and the shifts. Post-pandemic, we have seen a different work environment. What you define as a workplace now in 2023 is completely different. Remote work, flexible work, schedules, and other things. And plus the whole shift in terms of what the demand is globally and locally, regionally, is shifting. So TVET, Heart Trust, NSTA, skills training has to be driven. It has to be market-led. It's something which I know myself and Dr. Ingleton will have conversation on. Because she has already demanded that the Ministry of Labour will serve as her primary partner outside of her own ministry. Yes, don't worry. So we're working with education, we're working with Labour to make sure that we are preparing our country to move towards productivity. And that's what we at the Jamaica Productivity Center are focused on. We believe in a people-centered approach to drive and achieve productivity. I said it when I was, I think, in my first month as Minister of Labour. And my advisor, Miss Rochelle Mitchell over there, was working with CTD Nelson, and they drafted me a lovely speech, about 100 pages, and asked me to say it in 10 minutes, Dr. Ingleton. So I summed it up. Productivity is a lifestyle. If you're not productive at home, amen. I see one person coming to the altar after. Amen, sister. Thank you. There's nothing better than the up here and you see a head shaking. As long as it's not this. But it's true though. It's so true. How many of us are 6 months into the year and when we look back on our resolutions, one resolution was to clean the closet. And I know. I see my sister in the aqua blue taking off her glasses, shaking her head. Clean the closet. The reality is that we have to define more than just skills training as learning how to do something. It's learning how to assume a position of productivity in your workspace, to own your responsibility, to make sure your attitude reflects the goal of the entire country, to move towards what Jamaica ought to be and what we are driving towards. We have caused ourselves as a country to see reductions in unemployment that many never thought, my cousin, was ever going to be achieved during our lifetime. We moved from more than 13% to 4.5% unemployment in Jamaica. And we are seeing now stability in our dollar. That when I was living in Washington in 2010, I'm a New York attorney. I'm called to the bar in New York. And I remember when I was considering opening a branch of my law firm in Jamaica, the first thing that my accountant said to me is, how are you going to manage the instability in the exchange rate? Now we can say that we're having a heavy flooding in of investment because we have a more stable exchange rate. So all of the indices are lining up for us to move towards the destiny. But it still means we have to realize the goals of putting together the right conditions to facilitate our countrymen and women unlocking their potential in the labor force. That is why you see this is so critical, a pillar for social and economic change. It is important. And what takes place in Jamaica is a learning experience for our sisters and brothers anywhere in the region, because we have the similar conditions and because we have movement of our people. So we believe at the Ministry of Labour and Social Security that the people-centered approach to developing the labor force places individuals at the core of our strategies and our policies. So when we define policies, we must use the data to help us to make sure that our skills training is going to fill need and not just your own desire to have 1,000 tilers. But to connect the dots between sectors to make sure that our productivity is starting in the decision-making phase, if you get me. This means that we must realize those right conditions to facilitate it, and there must be access to appropriate infrastructure, access to the utilities across Jamaica. This includes internets, roads, schools, constant electricity, running water. All of those basic things impact the capacity for learning and productivity. Additionally, all of us who live in the Caribbean would have grown up with someone telling you must eat before you go to school. Because you can't learn on a what? Well, hungry belly, empty stomach. I heard something else, sound like St. Kitts. I don't know what was said, but it's the same thing. The reality is, same goes for education and health. All of these are critical factors. And so as we drive towards productivity, these are things that we must assess. I want to just look on some of the numbers coming out of the Jamaica Productivity Center that relate to our labor market. The reality is that in addition to this reduction in unemployment that I spoke about, we have several of our citizens that are trained and that are skilled, some unskilled, but have the right ethic going abroad. We have almost 16,000 Jamaicans coming through the ministry that are placed on the Overseas Employment Program. So there has to be an acknowledgement that we are still, I don't want to say losing, but transferring skills and transferring some of our potential. So it means that we have even more need for TVET, for HEART, for the Ministry of Labour and Social Security to make sure that we are enhancing the skill sets of our people. And so we're doing that by focusing on programs. For instance, in the ministry, we have the Step to Works program. We have other social intervention programs that are training youngsters to be able to join the labor market and to stand strong in either creating their own employment or serving as productive elements in business and in government. But we want to look on some of the insights, as I said, coming out of Ms. Nelson's center. The estimates from the Jamaica Productivity Center are that 0.8% we have a 0.8% increase in the overall output per worker during the January to March 2023 quarter compared to the same period in the year before. This increase reflects real value added, having increased 4.2% and 3.4% in the employed labor force. Now, this is important, but it is also critical to put it in context. So as we see that slight increase in overall output per worker, the output per worker then decreased in the April to June quarter by an estimated 1.4%. Now, why am I mentioning this? We have to have stability in how we are driving our improvement. And the reality is that despite the overall decline, because we saw that the next quarter declined, there are still some productivity improvements from various industries. And so we have to look across industries, identify the best practices, see what needs to be transferred, see what needs to be deleted. Remember what I told you my mother said? If she told me something, I didn't have to walk down that road to buck my toe, because I learned from the experiences. Productivity growth varies across regions for different national and also regional reasons. According to the recent data obtained from the Conference Board Total Economy Database, between 2001 and 2022, labor productivity growth stood at an annual average of 2%, with emerging markets and developing economies growing with an average rate of 3.6% per year. In comparison to mature economies such as the US, Canada, and the UK, and even our CARICOM counterparts, Trinidad and Tobago, anybody here from Trinidad and Tobago? Yes. Averaging 1.5% per year. Jamaica, in comparison, has sustained an annual average decline in labor productivity of 0.9%. So we have work to do. What it means is that when we put together these forums, doesn't it mean it is more essential now than ever before? That this conversation leaves this room. Most of us who are here get it. I want you to follow me anywhere I'm speaking. You hear? I like this. I'm telling you, you're an active listener. But most of us get it in this room. But our responsibility, Ms. Roden, is to make sure that we're getting up, getting out into our various spaces and preaching the gospel of productivity. Making sure we're preparing our people, creating the environment where they can thrive, not just survive, and ensuring that together as a region, we are transferring the best practices and deleting the things that ought not to continue. So on a broader scope, to the wider Caribbean and Latin America region, Jamaica, unlike the other small island developing states, who have had positive productivity growth, we have to look on what the goal will be. For me, I must tell you, I spoke to a group of youngsters yesterday, and I'm going to tell you one of the things that I am concerned about when it comes on to how they see their role in the labor force. What do you want to do? Anything. Okay? What are your qualifications? Nothing. You want to do anything with nothing. And that's a mindset problem. I don't know if I'm speaking to the converted. Can I get a witness here? If you want to do anything with nothing, if you want to do anything, what do you need? Something. Or maybe even anything but something. So, you see, for me, these discussions are not peripheral. They're central. This is the epicenter of driving our countries into sustainable growth. I served as the Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change. A large ministry. And when I was there, I learned firsthand the difficulties that the construction industry has in finding labor. In defining not just persons who are welders, my sister, but welders who have the right attitude to come to work 5 days a week. Because they have the skill, they may even have the certificate, but guess what? You know, work on Tuesday, because you don't know. I get the money for last week, I'm going to go deal with a thing. So if you remember where I started in my conversation of productivity, it's not just about having that physical knowledge of how to do a thing. It is about an understanding of the role you play in this thing. And so that mindset change comes with these conversations that Dr. Troop is having with our children at a very, very, very basic and young age. Productivity. Let me see if anybody remembers. Isa? Clap yourselves. You're doing well. You're doing well. The roadmap, which was set out after doing some research, coming out of the National Competitiveness Council, which laid out a productivity improvement roadmap. They set out 5 major constraints to productivity in Jamaica, and I'm going to bet that it relates to you. Number 1, education and skill level of the labor force, from the number of students enrolling in school to the number of years and the quality of schooling they receive, as well as low tertiary enrollment and a shortage of skills needed for the job market. Is that anything that you have as an issue in Grenada, in Trinidad? No? St. Kitts? Nowhere? Well, I know that we have that as an issue here. Crime and corruption, from homicide and business losses to bribes, costs to enforce contracts and general inadequacies in the rule of law. The head's shaking now, unfortunately. Inadequacies in the innovation ecosystem. And these inadequacies start with a lack of human capital, indicating a need for better education and skills in that area, but also includes gaps in research and development, integration of ICT solutions into business processes, ecological sustainability, suitable financing for businesses, and finally, the sheer lack of innovation outputs coming from our markets. We have a difficulty in terms of being pioneers when it comes on to the technology. We always have to look elsewhere, which is not always a bad thing because we don't have to be the specialist in everything. That's my view. But it is critical that once we look elsewhere, we are developing our own matrix here in our region. Fourthly, is a limited economic diversification, complexity, and structural transformation, which manifests itself in low economic complexity and a prevalence of low value-added economic activity. That is why most of us will know that how you structure your economy is really going to define your trajectory. So if we train towards manufacturing, you're going to see more sustainable growth. Because why? What do you have coming out of manufacturing? Let me see who's a bright student. It begins with V. 2 words. You mumbled it. Value added. If I was us, I'd give you the, you know, the superstar that they give the value added. Because you see, the goal for us has to be projecting sustainability. It has to be projecting it. And if you want to build a 3-story house, what you have to do with your foundation? You have to dig deeper. You have to build stronger. Number 5 is the cost of doing business, especially energy inputs and costs of international trade. So these are things that we look on. But looking now toward the future, as I wind down, the nature of work is undergoing profound transformations. So we know that the advancement of technology, including automation of repetitive tasks, AI used in HR processes. Now, AI being used to draft and organize projects. How many of you came here today and used AI? I'm telling you, my 2 bright students. What is wrong with all of you? None of you not using AI? Get with it. Get with it. Coupled with the global shifts, including the rate of technological advancement, demands a re-evaluation of our approach to improving productivity in the workplace. I'm going to give you an example. When what you call it? The one that we use? ChatGPT. We just met, don't worry. When ChatGPT just came out, I was just fooling around with it. And I had gotten a speech that was drafted for me. And I think it was myself and Rochelle sitting down. And I said, let me try this thing. I remember what it was on some complex issue that I was discussing. And I said, write a speech on X, Y, and Z. Needless to say, I read the ChatGPT speech in its entirety that day because it was almost perfect. Yeah, not really perfect, but you know what I mean. But the question is, what does that mean for other people? So it is a benefit, but it is a threat. So how do you position yourself in a place where you are now competing with machinery? So when you hear us talking about the movement in terms of the profound transformation taking place globally, it means we have to be able to use this to our benefit and not make it reside as a threat. It has to become our threat. We have to utilize the artificial intelligence to better prepare and to coordinate ourselves as a region, working together to make sure that we are utilizing it to help teach our students, to create lesson plans, to better prepare our people to absorb information the way they absorb information, to collate and to get technology to a place where it is integrated into our learning experience. And so for me, the world has moved on now into the 5th industrial revolution. And we are talking about it now as the integration of digitization and innovative strategies, because it is going to be integral in us navigating the changing landscape. There's no moving away from it. There's no hiding. There's no, I don't like it. If you don't like it, then you're going to be left behind. You have to take it by the reins. You have to hold it and utilize it for good. And you know what they say? When good men stand aside, nobody go to church. All right. It is our responsibility, ladies and gentlemen, to equip our workforce with the tools needed to thrive in this dynamic environment. I want to, as I close off, just thank all of you who are here. There's not much that needs to be said to you because, as I say, you are here, you look amazing, you're all educated, you're all a part of the leadership in your countries. You get it. The question is, do you get your responsibility to make sure others get it? What are we doing when we leave here after we speak about these issues? We discuss solutions. Are we setting targets, keeping to the targets? When you leave here and you go back to Grenada, are you keeping in touch with your Jamaican counterpart on a monthly basis to evaluate and to transfer knowledge? I can tell you, sometimes I've been to so many seminars. And it's something we were discussing yesterday, Dr. Troop. I said it to somebody, so many seminars we go to. And you meet brilliant persons from across the waters and you don't keep in touch because you get home and you get absorbed back into the busy schedule. I'm telling you, this thing called labor productivity is so essential. But the way to solve the issues is to stay in touch and to have a regional approach, to integrate our best practices and to learn from our mistakes. So I'm looking forward to Jamaica and Trinidad, to St. Kitts and Guyana and Grenada and Barbados, all of us, Latin America, everybody working together in pursuit of productivity. I extend to Heart Trust a resounding invitation and a call to persist in your commendable mandate in boosting and strengthening our human capital, which is essential Doesn't matter how much technology you have, you could have AI till kingdom come. It cannot work without the right human capital, without the right skills, training, and development for further advancement of our economies. In Jamaica, we have a National Development Plan 2030 that outlines our vision of a resilient and thriving Jamaica. We are only going to reach that if we focus on strengthening our human capital and providing the necessary support for them. The Productivity Center, led by our amazing CTD, Tamar Nelson, we stand as a beacon of support to you and to Jamaica, and we extend ourselves to work across sectors, offering productivity assessments. We offer training, sensitization workshops. We go into private sector and into public sector to help build up your capacity to be productive. We want to put in place effective tools, Ms. Kenisha, to reduce the inefficiencies and to increase the efficiencies. And we are committed to developing the knowledge of our human capital and productivity improvement and creating a productivity mindset. You remember what I said? Please don't forget it. You could have the best, most skilled worker in the world. If they do not have the right attitude, they will not be able to add to your productivity. They will become a lump and a liability. And so in everything that we are teaching at the Jamaica Productivity Center, our years of experience has taught us that productivity must be a lifestyle, it must be a mindset change, and fundamentally we are developing the relationships for persons to use productivity tools, personal growth, academic success, all of that in your daily life. So we work across public and private sectors with an unwavering commitment to make sure that we are modernizing and transforming Jamaica and helping to transform the workforce across our region. We want to collaborate with you, Dr. Ingleton. We want to applaud you and your team. I'm going to say this openly. I think personally that I am perhaps the biggest supporter of Heart. I don't know another person in Jamaica who can say, I'm telling you, anybody from Heart calls me. And maybe there's another reason why, but I won't get into that. But anytime Heart calls me, I'm there. And anytime I call Heart, it is what I can tell you, Heart, it's as if you have defined the way to select excellent individuals. The energy, the interactions, the drive and the effort that's coming out of the Heart team is really on point. And I have a good Clarendon team. Big up my team in Clarendon, right? These are guys who, I mean, they don't really know time. They may call you anytime, it's the only thing. But, Minister, listen, we have an opportunity. We need 9 students. Zico, it's 12 o'clock. Minister, we're having an event in Tollgate and we want you to come just to speak to... I said, Sasha, it's 6 a.m. Yes, it's today. You can come. But they will call you. And they're going to want to get you involved and to bring things together. And that drive that you have is making an impact in many young persons. And not just in terms of skills training, but they are absorbing the attitude because they are learning from observation. They're seeing it. You're becoming role models for them in terms of creating productivity in their mind. So we want to collaborate with you to have more summits, to have more seminars, to have more on-the-road interactions. And we want to seize the moment to see if we can form alliances and partnerships across government, like the one that we have with our trust and other ministries and agencies across the region. Our journey into the future of our labor market demands this collective spirit and collective action. We must persist in our mission to be impactful. And this is the last thing I want to say. And if you note, I've said that I'm closing 3 times, like a good politician. This is my third, right? Is the third one? Yeah, so this is the real, yes. But the last thing I say, impactful. Sometimes we get caught up in just doing something. And we forget that what we are doing must be impactful. And we are ticking off our list to say, I did this. That is not productivity. That is not adding. It's not contributing. It's skimming. You're just moving across the water without any impact. What we are doing must be impactful. And if we consider that in our decisions and in our execution, what a region we will be in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. We continue to look towards impactful work, and we will continue to invite all organizations all across the Caribbean to embrace the opportunities that productivity affords. Let us forge the relationship to really transcend these challenges that we face, from COVID to other things that are coming. Again, welcome to Jamaica, all of you who are here, even though I get the impression that it's not the first or last time that you have been to Jamaica. None of you look like visitors. You look you're just too comfortable. Yes. But welcome anyway, officially, formally. And again, I just want to say thanks to all who have put this together. And I wish you the best. I won't get the chance to stick around to hear everything. But I do know that this is going to be a what? What's the word? Impactful event. One love.
Thank you, Minister. Some very insightful and wise nuggets there. We must be impactful. Productivity is a lifestyle. So those are some key takeaways for us, Minister. I know you are operating on a very tight schedule, so we are going to call you right back for the panel discussion. And this will be led by Tamar. In the meantime, I know you have a lot of feedback. You want to respond to what the minister said. So ensure that you put your thoughts and your ideas in the tablet there. We are going to be engaging with them a little later. Some perspectives that connected with what you already know. Ideas around productivity and how we can better drive productivity as a nation. I found it very interesting that the idea of human capital came up again. And that was emphasized yesterday when Dr. Ingleton spoke. We also heard from our chairman, Professor Alvin Wint, and he spoke very much about human capital. And that was also emphasized by Anne. So we see a theme that's running through the importance of capacitating and training and upskilling our people. So are we ready for the panel discussion? Yes. So we are going to have on the panel the Honorable Pernell Charles. We are going to have Mr. Christopher Chinapu, Director, Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, and our own Managing Director, Dr. Tanisha Ingleton. And Tamar Nelson will be leading the panel discussion. Tamar is an engineer, and she brings her engineering skills to drive productivity at the Jamaica Productivity Center. She holds a MSc in Industrial and Systems Engineering from the Rochester Institute of Technology in New York. She also holds a BSc in Industrial Engineering from the University of the West Indies, Trinidad. She's a certified Lean Six Sigma Sensei, as well as a certified energy manager. She has over 20 years experience working as a business process improvement consultant. She has developed and delivered a number of improvement interventions and training programs in the areas of productivity. In addition, Tamar is just indeed a wonderful person. Yes. Let's welcome them. And Tamar will introduce our esteemed panelists. She's just taking a little time there to get all going. So I'm just going to do some introductions. We have been introduced already to the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., and we know he is the Minister of Labor and Social Security. And yes, Minister, we do benefit from your guidance and policy direction in so many ways from heart. Really, she does a good job in keeping us on our toes. Yes. We now have Dr. Tanisha Ingleton. You all know the vivacious, lively Dr. Ingleton, who holds a Bachelor of Laws from the University of London with honors. She has a PhD from the University of Saskatchewan in Canada, a Master of Philosophy with distinction, a postgraduate in education with distinction, a Bachelor of Arts with first-class honors from the University of the West Indies. She has collaborated with private and public sector entities nationally and internationally, and non-governmental organizations, and has successfully built and led high-performance teams with a focus on leadership and what it means to lead effectively. Okay, are you ready? No? Okay, so here we have, and Mr. Chinapu, he has some links to Trinidad. He's Trinidadian, but we have adopted him in Jamaica, and he's now a part of us. And we see you have joined the panel, Mr. We also have on the panel another very esteemed Saint Patrice Ennis. Lovely, wonderful to have you. And he's the president of the Jamaica Confederate of Trade Unions. Again, about workers' rights, decent work, all very important parts of the agenda. So we are really happy to have you, sir, and welcome. So Tamar is here to lead the discussions. Tamar.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Marcia. And thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having us here today. It's really a pleasure. And I must concur with Minister Charles when it comes to heart. They're very persuasive. When they call, you just have to answer, right? And we have been friends apart for many decades.
Is the microphone on?
Okay, okay. Marcia, Yvette, I mean, we can't say no. So we're very happy to be here at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security and to have this discussion. Dr. Ingleton.
Adjust your approach.
Right, are you hearing me now? Oh, yes.
Okay, right.
We are live, we are live. So, I think we have already done a little bit of introductions. So we have Dr. St. Patrice Ellis. Not doctor?
No,
Am I
Saint.
Just
Saint.
Saint. Just Saint. Okay, okay.
God telling you something.
We can add it, in a few years and right, so we're happy to have you. And Dr. Ingleton, of course, she's a powerhouse. We always love to hear from her and to share the stage with her. And we heard from our minister himself, who is a man of transformation and change. He speaks about it and lives it. And of course, we call him a quality man. And a friend, of your Trinidadians, so you're a friend of mine. All right. I'm the same. I went to school in Trinidad too, so I can relate. So we are here to talk about this very, very important topic of labor and productivity. And one thing is for sure is that labor, people, is the core of everything that we do, right? And we cannot leave them out. And if you are following the news, you will hear the term productivity at least once every day being spoken about. But I think even beyond that, the time is ripe now for a change, a shift, a revolution as it relates to labor and productivity here and in the region. And I think it's a wonderful thing for us to come together in this way, to be able to share our experiences and to chart a path forward that collectively we can achieve the growth levels that we want to achieve. So we are going to go right into the discussion, and Minister gave us some statistics earlier, which were very staggering, about what's happening in the region and what's happening in the world. And one of the things I want to start off a discussion with our panelists is to ask members to share their own key insights as it relates to, from your perspectives, where you sit, as it relates to labor and productivity growth. So, St. Patrice, could you start us off, please?
Sure. Do I need this?
Can you check this mic for me, please?
Go ahead with this one.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Sharing my experience with labor. Well, one of the things one need to mention at the get-go is that I'm glad the minister did say that it is a lifestyle, because you have to have that sort of cognitive understanding that it is a lifestyle. And so when we talk about productivity in this new age, we talk about total factor productivity, including all the elements, all the inputs that goes into productivity. And so we, on our end, tend to emphasize the human aspect of it, because we know technology doesn't necessarily increase productivity. So we emphasize the human factor. And so we link it to decent work. We link it to collective bargaining. We link it to social infrastructure. We link it to all the elements, even transportation, all the elements that goes into producing. So I'll just start with that for the time.
Thank you for that. And that's important, an important point, because when you look at all of the factors that affect productivity, there are so many different factors. And I think, Minister, you shared some binding constraints, and those are some of the key ones that are affecting us. But when you look at the list, it goes into the hundreds. But we really need to focus on the ones that can give us the biggest bang for our buck, the ones that are really the pain points in our society. Thank you for that, St. Patrice.
And thank you for stating or talking about the ones that are really the pain points in our society, because when we talk about productivity, productivity is really contingent on a lot of things. But I think that one of the most critical pieces that it is contingent on, that we really need to have more discussions around, is an organization's leadership, policies, and practices. We cannot have the level of productivity that we need unless we align those three things. The individuals that we are depending on for productivity are people, and they are managed by an organization that has certain policies that are oftentimes not people-friendly. And so we have challenges in that regard. We also have the leadership issues that we oftentimes do not want to speak about that affect the productivity of employees. So it's not just the workers' skills or the workers' attitude, but that environment that they are placed in and how they are treated in that space. So as we go on, I'd like to articulate a little bit more on that.
Absolutely. Thank you for those opening words. Yes, you already spoke.
Right. So again, good morning, everyone. And again, I will also begin, like the fellows before me, to thank heart. As I say, heart is a very important organ in the body, and it's really powering Jamaica's competitiveness and its future in terms of sustainable development. And I will also like to thank heart on behalf of the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce for allowing us this opportunity to be a part of the dialogue. Because we do see that we are important partners in engaging in this transformative pathway in terms of skill development. So in terms of the question and some of the insights that I would like to begin with, I think I could contextualize it under 4 points. So the first point will be that of alignment. The why are we really here asking this whole question around the future of skills in our country? So we'll start off by the why. So in terms of this wider context, we're looking at the global issues of climate change. We're looking at the sustainable development goals. We're looking at the need to decarbonize while also trying to achieve growth and development at the same time. And we do have to recognize that growth and development don't necessarily equate. They are not like equations on the on different sides of the equation. So sometimes we could actually achieve growth and not develop. And if I use an illustration, the cemetery grows every day, but it does not develop. So we now recognize this is why the productivity question becomes so important in the middle, in the sense that we need to build that capacity, build that competence, build the capability, and we need to collaborate in order to make this productivity something that is profound and real and really affects the people that are all stakeholders in this. The second point after alignment is that of, well, I just mentioned actually the C's that are important to this question. How do we really build this pathway? So it really starts with that competence, that capacity, that capability building, and recognizing that we are all part of a system. Before, there's also a transformative shift that we really need to think about in the third point. Before, we used to look at our organizations as machines. And the organizations were there to serve the masters or the creators of the organization. That why is now changing. We now becoming more, the shift is we are now social systems. And in that shift is also transforming how we view the world, the perspectives. It's shifting us in the chamber because we are now focused more on environmental issues, sustainability issues, social issues, governance issues, as we talk about ESGR, and this is where our investment is going. And it's important to start to now contextualize skills, as was mentioned just now by Dr. Inglewood. The factor is that this now brings a new level of leadership, a new level of insights, and we do now need to look at these skills for the 21st century. So that's where I'll start the conversation from the Chamber's perspective.
Thank you. Lovely insights, and I saw a lot of heads shaking in the audience with that, and we hope to dive deeper into some of these topics because I think they're all very profound and all very relevant to the conversation. So, Minister.
Thank you, CTD. I would add to my very long speech. Saying you heard from me enough. But no, just to add to it, ditto to all that has been said, but it's so critical. I've had a unique experience in government, having served in an array of, sectors? Portfolios and sectors. National security to foreign affairs, water, housing, urban renewal, all of these different things where across the board, agriculture, productivity was essential to every single one. And it doesn't matter what the portfolio, what the sector, your mindset must be towards reducing waste and improving efficiency to achieve sustainability. If you are, one thing I learned serving in climate change is if we are not advancing sustainable policies, programs, and plans, it's nonsense. It's a waste of time. Which is why I said before, just doing and doing something impactful, waste of time. So in terms of productivity, we have to contextualize the fast-paced, connected global ecosystem that we are existing in and look on how we are positioning ourselves and our countries in that ecosystem. With the reality that we have limited resources. So where you have limited resources in every aspect, you have to define ways to better use in a more efficient way those resources, including human capital.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So productivity for me is an essential element of driving growth, but I would say even more importantly, of advancing resilience and sustainability, which are both critical, not just to a country growing economically, but to us existing on the planet. If we're going to be able to do what is necessary to work across borders and across countries to create the environment that we need on the planet where we can exist beyond 2050. Has to be productivity.
Absolutely. So, Minister, since you have the mic, I want to just continue on that point, right? Because I think you raised a good point. And I think I heard you speak just recently about 2 other P's as it relates to productivity, as to how we are able to implement that and have those mindset change. And the P's were perspectives and persistence. You want to just share with the audience?
No, well, I'm going to tell you, in terms of understanding how you approach a problem, it was our Prime Minister, we were speaking, and he mentioned to me, just by the way, a phrase that we use in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Rain or fall, but the what?
Dirty
tough.
Right.
So I mean, it's raining, but why?
You have to translate.
It's raining, but things are still,
hard.
Rough. And he said to me, Pernell, what if we were to say, dirty tough, but rain or fall? And just to change your perspective on the same sentence and how you see it. So I think it's important, if we are going to become productive people, that we believe that we have the capacity to achieve productivity and that we see things in a more positive and practical way. And just having the attitude, which is important, is good, but you must be persistent, because in order for us to really achieve transformation, it will never be smooth. It can never be easy. It must require you to confront challenges, to work together, to have collective action, and to deal with issues that you will foresee and some that you could never foresee. And so when you are going to approach that as a productive person, you have to have that perspective, but you also have to have an innate persistence that carries you, carries your colleagues, carries your organization, just like Dr. Ingleton, who has to lead a wide organization. Every day, I'm sure she's confronted with issues unforeseen. But they don't faze you because that's why you are here. We are here to solve problems. And that requires, as I said, perspective and persistence.
Thank you, Minister. We're going to go to St. Patrice, but ministers, as we might move, you know, your point, it speaks to like a movie, for example. You have actors, a plot, you have challenges that they have to overcome, but there's a climax. And sometimes you have some plot twists along the way, you know, and some hurdles and some things you didn't even foresee. But what keeps you going is that climax that you're looking for at the end. So it's the same thing with productivity. It's a journey, but there is a climax that we're working towards. So we have to be persistent and have that perspective that things are going to be better and they will be better. So thank you for sharing that. All right, so St. Patrice, and not doctor. All right, so you... So we want to hear from you in terms of what are some of the challenges affecting the workforce today in this new paradigm. What are you seeing in the workplace?
The challenges are many. The challenges, one, it's not only from management, it's also from the worker in terms of even understanding what it is all about. Mm-hmm. Because as the minister said, persistence, which translates into sustainability. Mm-hmm. And for it to be sustained, then you have to have a worker who is prepared in that regard. And also the environment have to be conducive to allow him to produce at what is required. Yes. And when you talk about climax, another word for that is the output, which is really where we want to go in terms of what is the final product. Mm-hmm. And so everything's market drives that, your environment drives it, how competitive, legislation drives that, the collective bargaining process drives that, and that is why we talk about decent work. Productivity and decent work are inextricably linked. Yeah. You cannot separate them. And this is why when we talk about it, we have to bring in the human factor, because that is where we ought to concentrate. There's not only training, it's not just technology. Because Jamaica, and it's not just how creative we are, because we have been very creative. Mm-hmm. The Global International Index shows that we have been very creative in the last decade, how we have moved. Perhaps one of the most creative countries within our region. But yet still, as the minister outlined, it is not being reflective in our productivity. We are actually declining. It is not reflective, although we have been doing well and winning awards all over the world in terms of our IT and technology. It's not reflected also. So the mindset is what is the culture, the way of life, in terms of we all have to have everybody buying and not to be fearful of this group, which is the labor aspect of it. Because even in today's modern age, there's still resistance. And so when we are an integral part of that process in terms of you have employer, government, labor aspect, that tripartite arrangement, social dialogue. in terms of identifying what is needed. And sometimes from our perspective, where we are necessary, we say things sometimes that the employee doesn't necessarily say. And so we can put everything on the table to have that open dialogue and discussion in terms of how we get to that climax which you talk about, the output, and to make us competitive. I pause for now.
One more question on that. In terms of the role of the unions in this changing paradigms, do you see any of that changing in terms of how you do things, how it operates going forward in this new paradigm that we're looking at in the fifth and sixth revolution that's coming up?
The union has changed. Everybody has changed. The union has changed. Now we have social dialogue. We do it in government in terms of how we, in Jamaica, in terms of, that was one of the requirements of the IMF, to have an agreement with the unions in terms of what we are going to agree upon. And we had our oversight committee made up of both employers, trade unionists, and private sector in terms of how we are going to manage our whole fiscal program, including even wages. We are bargaining collectively, sitting down with the employer, and to some chagrin of some, we are not having much dispute as we normally do. But yes, we do change, we have to change, the times require it, and so we have to have this thing that we call the social dialogue, where all the parties are at play to determine where we go.
Absolutely, thank you for that, St. Please. And Dr. Ingleton, you mentioned some interesting things in the opening as it relates to the change that is needed in leading and teams going into this new dispensation as it relates to labor, especially due to the fact that now we're going to have, this is a record in history where we have the most different generational types in the workforce, which means we're going to have a lot of clashes, so to speak, happening. Some describe it as toxicity. You will have those differences at play. How is there anything that we're doing at HEART, or how HEART foresees their role in helping the labor force in this new dispensation as it relates to the collaboration that's going to be needed going forward and the adoption of the technology, etc., and to minimize some of these disruptions?
Awesome, a whole lot there. See how I can break it down. So I'm going to speak firstly to just the different generations in the workspace. It is the first time in history, that's never happened before, that we have so many generations in one space. It is also the first time in history that we are able to live through a revolution and coming to the next one. So the first industrial revolution, no one saw the end of it because it spanned about 100 years. The second one, no one saw the end of it either because it also spanned about 89 years. The third one, same thing. It's under the fourth industrial revolution. We today sitting in here, we saw when it started, and we are seeing now that it's ended, and we're going into the 50th. Same thing is happening in the workspace in terms of the age groups. For the first time, we have all of these ages conversion. It means, therefore, that more people have to be brought to the decision-making table. If it is that we're going to have the kind of productivity that we need, it can't be the traditional approach of having a table that is just managed by senior leaders at the helm of the organization who are oftentimes within the 50, 60 age group going up to 65, some 70 at that level. And the other generations within the organizations are not at that table. Because if it is that only those individuals are at the table, the policies will inevitably, Minister, be skewed to the needs of the dominant. And the dominant are those at the table. So one thing that I've tried to do in my leadership at HEART, being there for a year and 3 months, I had to widen the table. And I widened the table to include individuals from different ages, stages, perspectives. It doesn't matter how strong they are. The stronger they are, the more I require them at the table. It doesn't matter how controversial they are. The more controversial they are, the more I require them. Because you get a wider perspective on how is it that you can handle situations. And I also opened up the space. Some people may not agree with it, but that's okay. You deal with those things in leadership every day. I opened the space to hear from every single person in the organization, from the janitor all the way up to the deputy managing director, who will be the second in command to where I am. Everybody has access, because you should be able to say to me firsthand what you are going through, so that when those decisions are made, I can have, or are being made, I can have a wider perspective on how to solve the problems in the organization. And so given this change in times and the shift, those are some of the different things that I have done in my own leadership. But I want Jamaica to know that in terms of the jobs, what's happening, what are the graduates saying? If it is, Minister, that we're really going to get to where we want to get, and you spoke about the perspectives, it is important that the entrepreneurs, the employers understand how the people are feeling. The research that we conducted in the Heart NSTA Trust across the sector, looking at our graduates and how they're perceiving the workplace CTD, they indicated that they are leaving because of poor working conditions. So we have to listen to them. This generation is requiring more. They're looking for support in terms of health benefits. They want flexi work from home policy, Minister, because they're recognizing that they can sit on they can be in their beds, in their pajamas, and produce way more than sitting in the office and looking at a colleague that they may not even like. You know? So these are some of the things that we have to listen to when they speak. They also said that the trajectory, they're not seeing that trajectory for advancement from entry level to CEO. Everybody who walks through your door wants to become the CEO. And that is good. And we have to know how to build on that. Are we showing them that trajectory? Are we opening up the space? Are we giving them acting opportunities? Are we providing stretch projects? Are we pulling them at the table and sending them off on different assignments? They want these things. So these are some of the issues that we really have to take into consideration when we're talking about productivity and trying to build an economy that is sustainable. We must listen to the people, and they are the ones closest to the problem.
Thank you for that. Very, very important points. And so key for that to happen is change. So we have to change our approach, change the programs, change the modules that we have, change the mindsets, everything needs to change. And one thing that I always say to persons that we work with is that if we are doing the same thing we were doing last year, then we're doing the wrong things. Because now we're going into the sixth revolution, industrial revolution. So we cannot have the same, if we're having the same approaches that we had sometimes even last month. And what we have seen since the pandemic is that we have to be constantly redefining and looking and reassessing where we are so that we can remain productive. So thank you for those insights. So now to Sir Christopher.
You're going to ask me a different question, or because I wanted to actually take up on that same.
We'll go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Especially when we take it from the perspective of, I want to start on the perspectives also, because I do believe in the chamber, this is where we are focusing some attention right now. We have to recognize that if we're going to transform, we got to change our mindsets. And the traditional styles of management has held for very long, but they're no longer effective, right? We have to actually start to pull the plug on the traditional style of management. And the traditional style of management is predicated by silos, by separation, by words and values that stay together. But when we see it together in action, we together but separate. All right, so now we're recognizing that, hey, we now need organizations that co-creating, that bringing about that thinking together, learning together, investing together. So we're talking about joint ownership of the organization and the enterprise, recognizing we have to grow our markets, expand the market beyond. Because if we're not expanding the market, we're really not going to be competitive and have the space. And all of these things is the new productivity. Recognizing it's not just about the quantity of things that we're doing, its quality is also very important. So it's the quality of the trainee. So when we talk about that quality, we're also talking about is having that positive attitude. Recognizing too, another thing that's going to be very important is the psychology of all of this. Creating workspaces that account for how people feel, how people think, the values, how they learn, right? Because your organization have to transform itself now into learning systems. So we are now doing work with the University of the West Indies Mona School of Business and Transformation, where we now trying to, write grant proposals to help develop our business leaders, our entrepreneurs, because persons may have innovative ideas, they're going into business, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are necessarily a good leader or manager or any of the above. So this is also part of the developmental challenge that we are now embarking as a collectively as a chamber. I take on what I hear in terms of this challenge that, hey, we now need to cooperate. And we also need to recognize from when we think about systems now too, that the system doesn't only include today, but it includes the future. And we have to now start to cooperate. How do we cooperate with our customers? We're going beyond the boundaries of our silos right within our own organization. Sometimes you have been so inward focused that, we want to outcompete our other competitors, but that and all too have actually stifled the market, because then the customers don't benefit. We ultimately don't benefit. We think that, we have like one company start to dominate the market, their prices start to then not benefit the consumers. So we are now thinking about how could we really cooperate together to expand the market, to expand the economy. And we probably need to do that beyond Jamaica and try to expand around the region, around Latin America and the Caribbean. How do we really strategically utilize our own unique strengths and values to help to grow and expand the entire region, market and market space, But I would actually share some of the other things that the chamber are doing, and hopefully it will also help to build a wider context.
Right.
Yeah?
And the point that you raised in terms of looking at that broader context and building on the strength of individuals can be applied to your teams as well.
Yeah.
So not only to the business, but looking at your organization. So, Minister, I hear that you're going to believe in us. So can you give us a parting word on some of, possibly just share some of the transformation activities that we're looking at our ministry?
Well, as you know, entering the ministry 6 months ago, what I did was really to stop and listen, and to use the information provided from the persons who had the experience of the challenges, to define solutions that I think will get everybody to play a role and to own their responsibility in achieving productivity. So we have looked on the infrastructural changes that need to be made, the operational changes, including training that need to be made, some organizational changes that may have to be made as well. But ultimately, it's mindset. Because as I said, you can have two people driving two different cars, a Lamborghini and a Toyota Camry. And the driver in the Camry says, listen, I'm going to win, and he wins. Not because it's a faster car, but perhaps his persistence, what his skill, and how he utilizes that to really traverse the road. So I think it's a similar thing. You know, we have all of the tools necessary to achieve productivity. We just have to make sure that we can cause the persons in our organizations to see this place, our place, as a space where they should be productive. I've seen, I don't know about the other countries, but I've seen Jamaicans leave Jamaica, and before the plane land, not to mention the twang that them twanging, but before the plane lands, it's a different mindset. They come off the plane, they look around, they look on you, my gosh, did you just drop that paper? Oh, the same one who dropping paper yard, you know, right? They don't. It's just because they're in a different environment, and so they like human beings, they are according themselves to the environment. So I think that if we, as the leadership, as Doc said a while ago, if we're creating an environment where we are widening the table and affording persons the opportunity to own their responsibility to achieve productivity, then I think we're going to have that collective action that is needed. Lastly, I'll say, as I said before, these discussions are so important. But I'm telling you, and I hope it resonated when I said it earlier, but I'm going to repeat it as I run off. We have in this region every single tool and element needed for all of our countries to shine and thrive. We are blessed in this region. And if we are able to find the formula to stretch across and actually start to work together, share best practices, keep in touch, try to integrate some of the systems that are working here in other spaces, and to have this partnership and collective action towards regional productivity, we won't realize what we are in 10 years to come.
Yeah.
And we don't have a choice, let me just say that, because we're a very vulnerable region. We're a very vulnerable region because of our geographical location. The same thing that makes everybody want to come to our countries. That you're surrounded by water and beautiful small islands. Those are the same characteristics that make us intensely vulnerable to climatic conditions and other issues. So, limited resources, high vulnerability means that we must work together to achieve productivity and resilience. All right, so again, my apologies for having to run off the panel, but I had a meeting at 11. Yes, please, thank you.
Don't go just yet, Minister. We just want to say thank you in our own special way. Christine? And we want to thank you, Minister. How do we take these important conversations from here out there and create impact? That's the charge to us. Dr. Ingleton, please make that presentation.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. It was really a pleasure having you. Thank you for challenging us, reminding us, yes, rain or fall, but dirty tough. We have a lot of work to do. I'm also reminded if you want good, your nose have to run. That means it takes sacrifice and it takes hard work to be productive. We also have some other tokens for our panelists. Are you finished now? You're finished up now? Yeah. Yes. We are just going to wind up now, so Tamar is just going to just get the final perspectives. Yes.
So, yes, I know this is a topic that we can speak on for... Oh, I have to use the mic, I guess. Okay, I can go ahead. Are you hearing me? All right. So this is a topic that we can speak on for a very, very long time. We could take the whole day, but we have to really move on. And so we're going to get the final perspectives from our panel as to the way forward and the definite steps that we see ourselves from the groups taking to overcome these challenges and how we can partner in any way in terms of action items to go forward.
Well, one of the things, while we talk about labor productivity, meaning increasing labor productivity, we also have to talk about its fairness and the workers sharing in that increased productivity, something which we have not mentioned, because that is critical for people to have a buy-in and for people to feel as if this is worth their while. And for the worker also to be sustained, to give that sustained productivity which we are talking about. Because the reality is the labor share of GDP has decreased, let's say from 2004 up until the last statistics that we had in 2019, the ILO statistic has decreased. And that decrease from about 56% of our GDP to where it is now, we have seen an increase on the capital side. And so what we're looking at is that worker, in terms of their labor share, in terms of their income of GDP, has gone down. Now, this is not unique to Jamaica, but what you're also seeing is that other countries, even in the developed countries, are not sustaining the productivity levels that they once were used to. In the United States, 3.1 for a number of years, that's reduced. And so what we're seeing over the years in Jamaica, while we have had a decrease in recent time, but our growth for the last 40 years or so has been anemic. And when we had our highest growth rate in terms of GDP in the 60s and so on, we had a higher density of union representation. So we are not antithetical to labor productivity or anathema to it. We are an integral part of driving labor productivity forward, and that is why we include decent work as the ILO has prescribed for us, and it is something that we believe must be embarked upon in terms of meeting the challenges and to meet the climax which you talk about, which is the required output, sustain our increased employment, because we have had increased employment, but our GDP has not been growing.
Right.
And hence, we are not maintaining our productivity levels.
Right.
So I'll hand over.
Thank you for that, Secretary. So we need to be growing the value that we're adding as well, and allow persons, as Dr. Ingleton said, come to the table so that they can be a part of the process and can sustain the process, and we share any gains from that process. So we tie it to productivity, so productivity-linked incentives where persons can feel a part and just continue to grow as a result of that. Thank you so much, St. Patrice. Dr. Ingleton, your final words?
My final words would be, I need everybody in this audience to know that no organization can be built or sustained with people working from 9 to 5. No organization can be built or sustained with people operating from a job description. But in order to get people to work beyond 9 to 5, and for them to put away that job description and do everything it is for the organization to grow, we have to create the environment for them to do that. We have to do right by them. We have to listen to them. We have to open up the space for them to be part of the discussion. We have to have the difficult conversations with them. We might not always agree, but they must always feel as if they can come and have their voices heard. So if we want productivity, we need to look to the people and treat them better in our organizations. So those are my words.
Thank you, Dr. English. And I saw the nods and the claps,
Thank you for
the
that.
applause. Thank you.
Of course.
My God, how do I go after that? But I just would probably like to just thank everyone for listening. But I believe that we need to start off with this thing about relationships, right? And we need to start building those relationships across our ecosystems.
Yes.
We need to start to get out from just heart. We need to get out from just the chambers, get out of our own organizations, get out of just the unions, and we need to start having these conversations across, because what are we educating for? What are we trading for? We're trading for persons to be able to live. We're trading for to address issues of food, water, waste, energy insecurity, digitalization, so we're trading for to really develop our country and our communities. So we have to now have a conversation. We have to recognize our organizations alone not going to solve all of these problems. So it requires, a lot of multi-sectorial conversation, multidisciplinary conversation. We need to recognize, even in the AI space, because we have a lot of talk about AI these days, that even in the AI space, AI in itself is not a technology solution, right? And it wouldn't be paying taxes. So we also have to have this sort of social responsibility in our mind as to how do we really ensure that the people, it really leads to better lives for people, and that we have really this people-centric growth and development that we all desire, and that we really have this, whether it be human AI collaboration and so on, and we address these threats. It's going to be like, it depends on the relationships that we build together. And I believe that if I have to say, like, how do we start to move forward? The first thing is to formalize these conversations into formal systems that allow for ongoing engagement, ongoing collaboration, and ongoing co-creation of what we want to see for the TVET sector. And we also, one of the things I heard in the panel was we need to strengthen the innovation ecosystem. That is very important, and that now requires us to now think that outside of our silos, innovation is going to be dependent on how STEM education happens, TVET education happens, education as a whole happens, humanities cooperating with engineering and informing and working together and working collaboratively. So working together must no longer just be a buzzword or a buzz term that everybody says. It has to be something that we are actively engaged in on an ongoing basis, and not just for an event like this. We have to, break down these barriers to communication, whether it be in our own organizations, whether it be as our organizations as a whole, and just across the ecosystems. We have to recognize that we have new ways to create value. And the last thing I probably wanted to say too is we can't continue to build our future on the old models in terms of a linear economy. In the chamber now we are actually, discussing how can we become more circular? How can we keep resources in use longer? How can we use them again and again?
Yes.
How can we move away from extraction and create new ways of adding value? And these questions and the answers to these questions lies in the type of skills we have, the knowledge capital that goes into really creating these innovations that we desire. So the importance of the skill development community is very important. And we last now.
You're turning the politician.
Instructional design. And this is a conversation we will be coming to the heart with, in that right now, within the week, we have been discussing creating a certificate of recognition for safe work across Jamaica. And we need to have this conversation with HAT and the national certification body, NCRA, right? And why is this going to be important? I probably even speaking before, I should probably even release this, but it's something that is just so important in terms of this conversation today, that we are going to need the heart to work closely with us in building out this safety ecosystem for Jamaica. So we're looking forward to that relationship building.
Lovely. Wow, what a lot of...
And that's the lady for it, Dr. Amande, right?
There we go. Such
a wonderful end to an inspiring conversation. How do we formalize relationships to advance these conversations? And that's certainly one way in which we need to formalize the relationships. Panelists, you've all done a good job, and thank you for steering the ship so well, Tamar.
I would like to thank the audience too for their participation in listening to us up here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for so patiently listening. We will now say thanks in our own way. Mrs. Tricia McLean-Rowe, can you please come and make a presentation to St. Patrice Ennis? So that's a basket from our heart to yours. And we thank you for all the nuggets that you have shared today. And we hope you will enjoy the contents. Thank you. Dr. Monica Porter-Lewis, can you please make a presentation to Mr. Chinapoo, Mr. Christopher Chinapoo. Thank you, Mr. Chinapoo, for giving us those insights, really great ways of looking at work and some of the systems we need to put in place to create a learning organization. Mr. Dwayne Bent, could you come and make our presentation to our Managing Director, Dr. Tanisha Ingleton? Lovely. Dr. Ingleton, we hope that you will enjoy it. Thank you for challenging us and forcing us to think outside of the box when it comes on to work, the relationships, the kinds of leaderships, and the multi-generational approach where we need to be democratic in the organization in terms of involving everyone. And Mrs. Tamar Nelson, can we have Miss Birch, Miss Alison Birch, Mrs. Alison Birch Cooper, making a presentation to our moderator for our panel discussion, Ms. Tamar Nelson. So thank you, Tamar, for steering the discussion so well and getting those very important points out. We know you all now need a stretch break. So you have 10 minutes to have a break, and then we come back and we will go right into a panel discussion. So just grab something, take a break, take a chance to talk to somebody, because some information, insights come by having some of these unstructured, informal conversations. Okay, we are going to start. But before I start, during the break, when we were standing at the coffee station, Endel reminded me that I did not ask him to say good morning. And Endel is from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, Endel, I'm going to give you some latitude. I'm going to give you some freedom just to say anything you want to say in your native language. He's from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Do you need a microphone? You heard what he said, me loud enough. Yeah. All right, Endel, thank you very much for that. Good. So in the spirit of flexibility and agility, which we practice at the organization with heart, we are encouraged to be flexible and agile and responsive. We have had to make some changes. So we have made some changes to the program, and we're going to be bringing up the discussion on skills for the digital transition. And because some of our presenters are not quite here yet, and so we are making adjustments on the program just to ensure that we get everything in, and we will go back on track. You will get everything as soon as they get here. So we are going to be looking at skills for the digital transition. And this is going to be facilitated by Rodrigo Filguria. I first met Rodrigo, please pardon me if I did not call your name correctly. You know, I first met Rodrigo in 2019. He's a clown. He will keep you laughing all day. But so in addition to that wonderful talent, he's a skills development specialist with the International Labour Organization. He works at the Inter-American Center for the Development of Vocational Training, ILO CINTERFOR, one of our key partners today in the execution of this summit. And we thank you so much for partnering with us and for coming on board. And it is the ILO CINTERFOR that has responsibility for Latin America and the Caribbean. He's a systems engineer, and he's responsible for applied research and technical cooperation in the areas of digital transformation and innovation. Now, innovation, that's a word we have been hearing since morning. Right, Mr. Chinapu? You talk about the need to be innovative. So he has worked on regional innovation projects on digital transformation of TVET. Really another approach, another way of taking TVET to the top of the agenda. And he has looked at pedagogical and methodological innovations with a focus on the development of transversal skills. I like that word, transversal. I just like the word, but it's really the skills that go across the different sectors. So I'm sure you are better at explaining it than me, Rodrigo. And so I invite you now to come with your panelists, and they will be Anastasia Marcon Leconte, and he's Manager Research, Planning and Development from Trinidad. Anastasia, your counterpart here, Mrs. Alison Birch Cooper. I'm sure you'll want to have some discussions with her. And Mr. Courtney Thompson, Chief Executive Officer, St. Kitts and Nevis for TVET Council. So please come and engage us in this insightful conversation.
Should I start now? Yes? All right. I can't think of any joke now because of the pressure that has been put. Actually, that's what happens. I love this phrase that I heard yesterday with all protocols observed. So please, to all those here, thank you for being here. Thank you for participating in this session. The other thing I wanted to thank hard for is for the photo, my photo that they put in the. It's like from 12 years ago, so you can see there's no white probably in the. But people didn't recognize me then when I got here. Now, anyway, let me move forward. We don't have that much of a time. I only have 85 slides, so it'll be easy. It'll be easy. I work, as it was explained, on TVET and digitalization, digital transformation, and the subject today is digital skills for the digital transition. So I'm going to take some time, a bit of time, to try and frame what we mean by digital transition, right? And what it is that the way we understand this is happening, right? So there you go. It doesn't want to, it's not obeying. It's over here, it's over there. I was pressing the wrong button. At the ILO, we talk about just transitions, and this is an element that has to do with what's called the twin transition. It has to do with the digital transition and the green transition, right? These are societies and economies which are transitioning to green economies, to green societies, transitioning to digital economies and societies, right? It is clearly a concept that has been strongly promoted from Europe, more than even other advanced economies, even though we're starting to feel it and to feel the pressure to move in that direction. On the green, it's more clear, it's more policy-oriented. On the digital, we're being blown away by what's happening, right? So, since I work on the digitalization, I live the green part for further meetings here in Jamaica, right? For other colleagues. Well, one of the things I want to make sure we all can distinguish has to do with the following. Digital transition and digital transformation are not for us the same thing, right? Digital transition are societies transitioning to, yes, our economy is transitioning to, whilst digital transformation is what institutions, organizations, enterprises do in order to react to that change, right? If you go to Google Trends, right, and you put Google Transición Digital would be digital transition and digital transformation, you'll find that digital transformation is way more used, right? But it's clearly a different concept, right? So how do we put, because I talked about organizations trying to adapt to digital transition, and then we had digital transition, right? But organizations are in the middle, one would say. So if we think of TVET, but we can think of any enterprise, we have the organizations in the middle, right? They're having changes outside their environment they don't control, right? And then they have an environment they can control, right? So they have two fronts they have to adapt to. What we're going to discuss now, in the case of TVET, we're going to discuss the external front, right? The digital transition starts demanding different sets of skills, right? They start demanding, by changes in the business models, by changes in the way work is organized, they start demanding things related to the world of work that in some cases, some TVETs don't, I'm talking about the region in general, right? Some TVET institutions, they say, this is not my business, I'm here only to train. Some others do, right? But there are many changes happening outside that may impact what the TVET institutions need to do inside. Internally, sorry. So, what do we understand by digital transition? You have a definition there that I'm not going to read due to the time restraint, but limitation, sorry. But it basically refers to anything that's happening in the society or the economy that it's outside our capacity to control as an organization, be it institution, enterprise, or whatever, and due to the appearance of technology in my context, in my ecosystem, as it's been put many times today. How do we there's some characteristics that we think are important to understand regarding digital transition. It's global, yes, but it has impacts depending on where you stand. The impact of digital transition is one in the world, then it's one in a certain region, then in a country, and then in a region inside the country. Impact is very different in all those spaces and needs to be addressed in that way. It is the set of social and economic transitions triggered by the use of digital technologies. That could be also the definition. But what I find important in particular is the last line that says it is an uncoordinated, non-intentional process. Right? The whole thing is not coordinated. And it's not coordinated because all these actors there, this is a short list of players that are influencing the digital transition. Now, if you take a brief look to that list and you then think, okay, let's coordinate everybody every day, it's impossible, right? This does not happen. You don't coordinate research and development with consumers and users, with enterprises and employers organizations as a project. It's not possible. All of them acting in the society, in the economy, are getting the digital transition to happen, right? And that's very different from what we're going to see when we talk about digital transformation. What are this is an element that I think it's important to understand what it is that TVET needs to do in order to react to these changes. Digital transition comes with two big promises, in a way, right? Or two big opportunities. One is the increase in productivity. The idea that digital technology, who heard here that if you put technology in your enterprise, you're going to be more productive? Come on. All right. Okay, this is a narrative, right? And this is part of the digital transition, see? The other one is digital inclusion, right? We're going to have the ability to go to banks, to get healthcare, to get education, in places where previously we couldn't, right? All right? So these are two very interesting promises when we think about the central motive of this activity, right? It was TVET for, somebody can remember the whole name of the summit? It was for social and economic development as an axis, as a central element. So if we're talking about productivity and inclusion, we're done. We've solved pretty much everything with digitalization. Well, we need to look closer. If we go to productivity, and I think somebody mentioned it in the panel before, you take a look at what has been happening in the advanced economies, the high-income economies, is that even though the investment in technology has been sustained since 1995 and keeps going, right? Technology is cheaper and investment grows. They have not become more productive, right? This is called the paradox, a modern computer or a digital paradox, right? And it is, in the old days, we had an equation where we had capital on the one hand and labor on the other hand, and if we increased any of these, we would generate productivity, right? Well, it's not happening. We are investing in technology, we're investing in capital, and it's not happening. Some of the reasons have to do with that. Some people say between 1995 and 2004, all the low-hanging fruit was picked, right? And now we have to deal with more complex processes, all right? And this is aligned with the third point, the last point, where who is going to implement more complex processes? You need people, you need certain talent, you need competencies, right? It was kind of easy to get your browser or your email client and send an email. That's low-hanging fruit. Now, if you want to implement data analytics, you need people that think mathematically, can program, can think in terms of complex analytical competencies. So, and one of the elements that may support this line is the two graphs that are down there refer to the compared productivity of enterprises for those who have been able to implement successfully implement digital transformation against the others, right? And if you take a look at the graph, what you'll find is that it's 5% of the enterprises have been able to actually be successful in terms of digital transformation, right? This may have to do with the fact that big enterprises, right, or the more dynamic enterprises are able to go to the labor market and get the talent. And then if we don't have enough talent, the rest of the companies will not be able to implement. I'm going to go a little bit further on that. The other element had to do with inclusion, right? And I'm going to get to inclusion through the other problem that a digital transition brought: automation, employment, and inclusion, right? The list of authors that are there are authors that have been discussing what's in the first graph over there. That is a phenomena that can be identified in some advanced economies that is called job polarization, right? Where low qualification and high qualification gets to be more demanded than the central qualification. This is because technology is able to automate the jobs in the middle qualification, right? Which were generally routine jobs, right? And did not demand complex cognitive work, right? So what we have there in terms of inclusion, and this is a serious problem, I'm not sure if, do I have a pointer here? Do I have a pointer? No. Well, what we have there is that if we allow for that graph is aligning qualification with income, right? So what we see in that graph is that this process is hitting very strongly in the middle class, right? What happens if we allow this to go on? What we'll have is that people in the middle class will start fighting for jobs in the lower qualification because they're not qualified to go up, right? And this will complicate further the scenario of the labor market for low qualification, right? So it is, we don't deliver training, but it is something that we need to think from TVET, how it is that we're going to move people upwards in terms of qualification. Another bad news. My director says that in general, I don't make people happy. As a difference, they have different. But the thing is, I have some not so good news. 2020, the ILO delivered a study where it found that these were 43 different countries, OECD and non-OECD, they found that the TVET systems in general train for the more automatable tasks. We are training in general, right? In TVET, we are training for tasks that will be easily automated in a short period of time. Short could be decades, right? But the thing is, at a certain point, this will impact not only in the mandate, but also in the reputation of the systems. We need to start thinking again on how it is that we move to other kinds of competencies and qualifications. How is this looking in Latin America? This is not relevant. This information has to do with the fact that we have a low-skilled workforce. It has to do with the fact that we have, and it's been discussed here, the role of management. Latin America in general has low levels of innovation in management, right? It's management that in general don't take risks and they are traditional in terms of the way they manage, right? There is a demand for higher level skills and for soft skills, but we're not sure if employers these days are demanding soft skills for the future or are demanding soft skills from another angle. That's not clear. We have not surveyed that, right? Because when we say responsibility, right, as an attitude inside the labor competency, right? What does it mean, responsibility, when we're talking about a small workshop that's exporting information services to the world? And what does responsibility mean in the frame of an old factory has been working in the same way for the last 50 years? It's the same word. We probably will find very different understandings of what that means, right? So the point is, let's try not to confuse the fact that there is demand for soft skills, right? But they may not be the same. There's an element there for dialogue. In Latin America, we cannot say that that graph in terms of polarization is actually happening everywhere. This is due in part because we have a very small high qualification demand, right? We don't have, in general, our labor market, our productive sector doesn't demand high qualification. This is partially, but that study over there from ECLAC indicates that since 1995 until 2015, more or less, that's the change in demand for all those countries regarding basically what you can see is that there's demand for cognitive non-routine, right? It's been increasing everywhere, and there's less demand. It's a demand for manual routine, and manual in general has been going down, right? So although we don't have this logic regarding the polarization, it is happening. And one of the reasons we believe it's not obvious, apart from what I mentioned before, is that historically, sectors, enterprises in Latin America differ a lot inside their own sector. You don't get one new technology to come and impact the whole sector. It will impact 2%, 3% and then it will slowly drip down to other enterprises. So it's not homogeneous, right? So you don't see these changes, these polarization changes so fast, so clearly. Well, the problem with this is we had these promises, right? But if we don't, or these promises or these opportunities, but if we don't go for them in terms of challenge also, we may have this problem. If I bring new technologies and I put it in the market, who is going to benefit first? Well, in general, it will be the more dynamic, stronger enterprises, right? We'll be deepening the gap between those non-productive enterprises, no? Micro, small, medium, right? Against the big ones, right? We'll be widening the gap. The same thing will happen with people, right? If we don't act in order to compensate, right? So it's the other side of the coin for the opportunities. We need to find a way of seizing the opportunities well. Digital transformation, short. Organizations organize themselves to transform because they're being confronted with opportunities and also with threats. Right? My environment changes, right? I need to adapt. Digital transformation is one way of doing that. To exemplify that, I always like to, anybody know why there's a Japanese fax there? Okay, in Japan, faxes are still very much alive. That's a new Panasonic fax sold last year, right? Faxes work a lot in Japan because the government has not changed, has not accepted certain signatures, digital signatures, so you need to communicate via fax. So you're the most technological company, and when you want to send your taxes report, you need to send them by fax, right? Or you need to send a letter by fax. They even use some seals that they have to hammer, and they have not been able to remove them from the public red tape. But the thing is, it's a good example of how an environment doesn't change, right? It could be the other way around, right? So for digital transformation, in general, we go through 3 steps. Digitization of information. I didn't know that word existed in English. I learned it when I started studying this. Digitalization, now it has to do with processes, not information, right? Digitization is about getting your vinyl record and getting it into an MP3 or scanning a document, for example. Digitalization is about a whole process that you had in your enterprise. Now it's based on digital technologies. So instead of sending a guy with some paper, you send an email. You've become, there are many more interesting examples. I can't think of one now, but there are. And the third step is digital transformation, right? And digital transformation, as you saw in the Google Trends, everybody's talking about, and I'm not going to try and give any specific example of how that goes. But the saying goes, it's not a saying, but there is a need. Digital transformation is a lot less about the digital and more about transformation. Okay? When the director, acting director Hart, mentioned today the organization of teams, right? Not following traditional structures. This is transformation, right? In terms of how the organization works. Then technology may help out in that process, right? But transformation has to do with how people think and carry out their work, and not digital transformation, and not with the technology itself, right? 1 minute? No? Okay, I thought they were telling me. Okay. Okay. The other element that is relevant when you think about digital transformation has to do with these three complementary factors, right? And when we say complementary, what we mean is that if I work on one of them, the other 2 should benefit also, right? I'm not going to go into that big piece of text now, but you can read it. It's an explanation on how it is that I may assume certain actions to organize work at my institution or enterprise, right? And I need to make sure that when I invest in one of those factors, the other 2 also get improved, right? And this is the secret, apparently, to successful digital transformation. If you may have heard of him, it's Eric Brynjolfsson. He's an economist from MIT. He's been working since the late 90s on trying to understand what makes one enterprise able to transform digitally and what doesn't. So one of the things I wanted to mention about here is that competency development or skills, let's go for skills, right? Is one of the elements that was being discussed here. I need to get, for example, my workers to have a productive mindset, all right? The problem is that there's also need for process innovation. I need to change the way I work. I may have the best mindset in the worker, but the process is not allowing for that productivity to show. Right? I think it was the minister who mentioned if you're ticking boxes, right? But maybe the process is asking you to tick boxes, right? So, of course, if you're ticking boxes and you would have the opportunity to do something else, all right. But sometimes processes are too old, and so you put the technology in, you put the skills in, and then the rules don't allow for that to work. Right? This also brings us to who else needs to be trained. Who is designing the processes? Well, it's again management, right? If we go to small and medium enterprises, if you go even to big enterprises, some very big enterprises, it's not the worker who's going to change the process. The process will be changed if management understands that there's a need for that, right? And remember that I mentioned, I didn't expect that. I need to go faster, yes. Well, the point is, what was the point? The point is, we need to work in other levels. Remember I mentioned that in Latin America, in general, we don't have managers and owners of enterprises who are going for risk that are innovative. right? So we have a process to attend to. Here are some examples, which I will not go into. I wanted to reflect with you what happened during the pandemic, right? And I'm not going to ask the questions. During the pandemic, we put technology, right? We gave teachers and students technology. So we covered one of the 3 factors. Then we gave competencies to the teachers. Is that right? Yes, we told them, we skilled them in the use of technology. Reasonably, at least. But we did not train them on how to teach through these means. We didn't have time. We didn't have time. So, more or less, the competencies. And we certainly didn't change processes. Assessment, supervision did not change, at least not formally. So, in a situation, it was an emergency situation, so I'm not criticizing. I think it's a good example to see how these 3 elements could not be worked together to actually deliver a better solution, right? Frameworks. I'm going to be very short about this. The ILO has a document on core skills. From our perspective, it is very interesting in terms of taking a look at how we think, right? But then again, it's global. It's a global document, so you will find sometimes that there's need to go deeper, and you may not find it there, right? The World Economic Forum has this page where they're trying to build a general framework of competencies, right? So this is another framework you could be using to start thinking about your frameworks, your institutional frameworks. UNESCO has another one. It's based strongly on the DISHCOMP from the European Union. The ITU, International Telecommunications Union, has also a document where they go quite simple. They go basic, intermediate, advanced, right? And then they talk about transversal digital skills or for the digital economy. But they take it from other sources, right? And then you have DIGCOM 2.2 from the European Union, which is very complex. It has its problems. It does have its problems. Well, its problems, it has problems. It has elements that it would be great to have like 1 more hour to discuss. But one of the things you can start seeing is that the last block of competencies has to do with problem solving, right? And should problem solving be inside the framework of digital competencies? Well, that's not clear. That's not really clear. The fact that you will solve problems through technology doesn't mean that problem solving actually should be referenced for the first time at this place. Problem solving starts at 6, at 5, at 4 years old, right? The elements that help us really be able to solve problems start building very young. So there are some elements here. Sometimes these classifications tend to cover the whole scenario, and they don't do. They force a little bit the categories. The other thing that is important for you to take a look is that EdTech, in this digital transformation, EdTechs and tech players in general, Google, Microsoft, and all these over here, are starting to come to our door, knocking and say, I have a solution for you. You don't need to take so much time anymore to do this or that. We do it for you, right? I think it's important. These are important tools to keep up with change. For example, right? It's very difficult to follow every new technology that's coming out, right? But at the same time, they have their own logic. In general, they don't work based on competency-based. They're not competency-based, right? They go for some skills and some knowledge, right? And they try to solve a problem they have. They don't have enough people, right? So they're trying to do that. So there's a very interesting place to have interesting discussions in terms of how do we use that to integrate into a more complex framework, which is what TVET has. Okay, this is one classification I made regarding, well, where does the demand come from in terms of digital competencies or competencies for the digital economy, which are not the same, right? Types, again, this is another classification, but we have digital skills, transversal, different level, technical skills, right? As yesterday somebody mentioned 2 times, 2 technologies, I don't remember which there was, but they were very specific to a sector, right? These are digital skills, but for a specific sector. They're not for, they're not transversal. Advanced digital skills, we could name as technical. And the last block, not the last block, the block before last, is one that's very important. Digital skills are not the same as skills for the digital economy. Skills for the digital economy are communication, collaboration, critical analysis, creativity, and so on, problem solving, right? And they tend to come in the whole, they show up in the same box many times, right? I left a question for you. How do we go about integrating this into curriculum and then into the class? Yeah, because those are different problems. There are some technical challenges that I won't go on. No, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Some structural challenges that we think are important to take into account when we think about what we were talking, productivity, inclusion, development, right? What we have is that most of our productive sectors in Latin America are micro, small, and medium enterprises which don't have time or money to train themselves, right? Or to change, right? And then we have lots of groups, vulnerable groups, and not so vulnerable, that don't get access to digital skills, okay? When we identify the need for digital skills today because an international company is going to land, well, that's a demand we have today. That's very clear, right? Now, are we preparing for that society that is has an economy, how was the term mentioned? Future-proof economy, right? Is this going to happen on a one-on-one basis when we adapt to one specific demand? In general, if we want to develop, it seems that if we want to develop the block before last here, it takes from 10, 15 to 20 years, right? And this is something that I think that I think is very important to take into account. Long-run vision in terms of this is not, in general, limited to what the TVET institutions can do. There's need for systems and there's need for public policy, right? It doesn't happen out of the TVET system alone, right? I had final remarks, but I don't want to share them with you. No, but really, you can read them. I'll be there or document, and I'll be around at least until tomorrow noon, right? Thank you, and sorry it took me so long. Thank you. Should I sit there? Stay there?
So good morning, everyone, if we're still in the morning phase. So I have the privilege of sharing Trinidad's perspective in terms of skills development. And I inserted the word development because we're not there yet. It's still a developing issue inside of Trinidad and Tobago. And so I just wanted to give some context. I'll be very brief with regards to this particular slide in that our strategy, one, starts with many trial and error. So we are not afraid to fail because that's the best way to learn. So this is not our first ICT plan in terms of Trinidad and Tobago. It's our 3rd generation, and we didn't get it right. And one of the things that came out of this 3rd generation was the need for us to develop a standalone ministry. So previously, digital transformation was lumped into economic development, education, everything else. But it's only when we actually gave digital transformation its own priority and gave it the attention, it's when we sort of took off. But very core to this particular plan is education and skills development. And so, of course, as I mentioned before, we would have developed a standalone ministry in July 2021. And I'll just briefly mention in terms of the ethos of that ministry. And it's basically to transition our society from a download culture to an upload culture. Because we are consumers, we download. Every one of us have countless apps that we have to keep cycling space for. And our youth, the ones who drive technology and the way that we consume and we process and do everything, because they are the future of our workforce, they are highly download centric. So we have to change the mindset. So we have to change the way that they think, that you're not a consumer, you're a producer, you are not a user, you're an innovator. And so that's the very core of the ministry, and it also infiltrates, I should say, or impacts on how we think in the Ministry of Education, TVET, National Training Agency, and all other institutions. So this is me. This is my first time presenting before this audience, but I'm the queen of acronyms. So when I see a long list, I struggle. I may take an hour to come up with an acronym, but basically this is all of our global context. This is why we need digital transformation. So I just felt it was important to put it here, and you could, of course, try to tweak it for your own country, you know. So I considered it, this is us being tech-wise, so tech-wise TT. This is essentially our entire operational environment in Trinidad and Tobago, in the region, in the world. We have to deal with technological advancement. And I am a very tech-savvy, pro-technology, pro-AI person. And the rapid speed at which ChatGPT became at our fingertips and in use, it's remarkable. Usually, we would have that gap where we heard about technology, we know it's being used, but we are not the ones to use it. But if you look at the announcement of ChatGPT, because large language models have existed for a very long time. I mean, I wouldn't say, I think it's 1950-something, you know, it's been happening in terms of how we've progressed. But the rapid rate at which ChatGPT is being used in our work processes, in our personal lives, it's a matter of three months, I believe, from when it first landed to when we had the apps on our phones. I don't know if any of you don't have Po. Download Po. It's an app that allows you to have access to ChatGPT, Claude, all of them at your fingertips on your phone. And it helps. Persons like me who don't have an admin, I rely heavily on AI. And so if we don't get there and we don't use it, we will be outpaced. And as a parent, I will tell you, you want a child who's using technology. As an employer, I want an employee who is using AI, because our competitors are not in Trinidad and Tobago, it's not in the region. We are collaborators. Our competitors are using it, and if we have to compete with them, we need to empower our colleagues and our staff members and our trainees, our students, to use technology so that we can compete as a region and succeed. Right, so Rodrigo is very clear in terms of digital transition and digital transformation. In Trinidad and Tobago, the state is the largest employer, and therefore, as if any organization or institution has to drive digital transformation in a digital transition, it's going to be the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And so, basically, what we're doing is looking at facilitating these three things, because we would have done a readiness study through the UNDP in 2022, and they would have recognized that these are three areas of weaknesses: experience with information systems, programming, and definitely cybersecurity. So cybersecurity currently in Trinidad and Tobago is outsourced. There's no expertise internally in any ministry that can say they can safely deal with cybersecurity. So it's outsourced to companies like those auditing firms like PwC. Those are the ones who deal with cybersecurity. So that's a skill gap, and that's something that we've recognized. And of course, I'm a researcher at heart, and the NTA in Trinidad and Tobago, I pride myself on saying this in that we are research-driven and industry-led. So the rest of my presentation will deal with the findings of a labor skills assessment that we would have done in 2022 on the ICT platforms and services subsector. Right, so as I mentioned, the state is the largest employer, and if digital transformation has to be effective, it has to begin with public sector. And so in our study, what we would have recognized is that we have a high demand, particularly in these areas: information systems professionals, software developers, ICT architects, network designers, and cybersecurity experts. And I highlighted that simply because the statistics show that there are successful cyber attacks in Trinidad and Tobago on a weekly basis, and that number is 3. There are 3 successful cyber attacks in Trinidad and Tobago every single week, where either the organization pays a ransom or the information is leaked. And I say that in a manner of transparency simply because it's an issue, and it's because we are attractive in the region to attackers. We're no longer hidden away. This is now a global thing, and it's something that we have to pay attention to. So if anyone here has a competency in that, of course, we're willing to learn in terms of how quickly we can get our competency established, built, and perfected to fight this, because this is not just a Trinidad and Tobago problem. It's everyone. It's a culture that we have to teach children in terms of safety, internet safety, technology safety. Right, so again, in terms of the findings, we would have recognized that for transition and for expansion, these were the core areas in terms of positions that were needed in the public sector. And that is not to say that the University of Trinidad and Tobago, COSTAT, the University of the West Indies, are not churning out ComSci students. They graduate every single year, yet this exists. So we need to then question how we train. Are we training relevant persons to keep up with the trends? How do we combat the persons that come out of our programs with what is needed? And this is over a 5-year period. When I get to a later slide, you'll laugh because I highlighted where industry would have agreed to requiring the need for AI. And here I am. So this is a list of 18. There are 2 other slides where we would have looked at the occupational areas. So in the NTA, we start with research findings, then validated by industry, informs national occupational standards. And these standards are the basis upon which qualifications are developed. And we would have had a list, and we would have asked industry to rank them in terms of when it would be needed so that we could prioritize how we develop these things, particularly because we have low manpower. So we can't do all 18 at the same time, but if they prioritize it for us and do a projection based on their experience and their requirements, then we would be able to work with them. And so, yes, ILO, I know Ministry of Labor should be doing labor market studies, but for our own benefit and for speed, we do what we can based on national strategic direction. So if we know the emphasis is on ICT, we're going to partner with the ICT sector, do a labor market study, and get the standards out so that we can develop things quickly and help our country be globally competitive. So we're not stepping on toes, we have an arrangement. So I know that's an issue. I was told on day 1 that that is Ministry of Labor's remit, but here we are. So we would have looked at this, and we would have also looked at the employability skills area. And you'll see cybersecurity repeated throughout, because that affects not only ICT, but it affects every industry. If you have a business, your information is online. Someone opens their personal email while at work because they don't have a culture of safety built into them. They put your organization at risk. They put your institution at risk. They put everyone's data. We are national training agencies. We collect data for students, persons who may be under the age of 18. We may put them in a difficult situation if we don't develop, one, within our agencies, recognize the culture for safety, because just clicking a random link or something could expose their data because of where we sit. So as national agencies, we have a responsibility to protect those that we serve, one with cybersecurity and developing that safety culture. Yeah. So AI, they would have mapped AI as being in high demand 4 years from 2022. So that would have been 2026. And there came towards the end of 2022, machine learning, ChatGPT, Claude, everyone else, and all the large language models. And I have told my staff, why not create your own large language models for statistics? Because it exists, it's open AI. We don't have to rely on ChatGPT. We can create our model, change it, and in a loose way, not force training providers, but encourage training providers through our processes to use our own platform so that will train an AI model for TVET. Yeah? And so these are some of the others. I can always share the presentation, so you don't have to take pictures. So I just want to point you to one area in this slide. I'm not going to go through all. Currently, persons who study ICT, and IT is a TVET subject. So in Trinidad and Tobago, we've had to fight that battle in terms of stigmatization of where TVET falls, what type of occupations are on the TVET side. And through CXC, of course, we would have acknowledged and promoted IT being a TVET subject. So even if you're in the University of the West Indies doing an IT program, a BSc, you're essentially doing a TVET undergraduate degree. And one of the things that we've recognized when we did a tracer study is that most of our graduates are working in an ICT organization, and that's a problem because they're concentrated in one area. If government doesn't do that to the other sectors, any sort of development, what happens to the inclusion of technology in those processes? So we need to have a dispersion of all of our graduates throughout those organizations. So that's a problem, I'm acknowledging it, and we're working towards that. So I'm wrapping up. What do our learners look like? There's an issue, and I'll point you to the issue because I'm pressed for time. Young learners in secondary school, they're not interested in learning anything about ICT that we can teach them. They tell you, I use AI, I don't need your help, I don't need to go to school. How do we combat that in an education system? So the Ministry of Education would have actually done a program where from primary school, they're encouraging students to use technology, but teaching them ethics and responsibility in using technology. So they have it. We're saying, yes, we know that us older cohorts, the millennials and up, we can't teach you alphas anything about technology because you're born into it, but you need to have ethics and responsibility in using it. At the national training agencies, this is our national training agency, this is our approach. We've entered fiscal 2024 in the month of October of this year. And so what we've been doing is we've rationalized TVET providers to create one particular provider who will deal with IT, which is MIC. And we've also established a sector advisory council for ICT, where we will ratify our standards, 16 that we're hoping to develop, and quality apprenticeships. So we will have an apprenticeship program for the ICT sector where persons will learn in the world of work. And in our findings, when we validated, TVET providers would have done this list of commitments that they're now looking to do because they recognized that they were not essentially partnering with the National Training Agency or government. They're just doing training, graduating students without that coordinated approach. So this is the list, and I'll just point you to introducing programs, whether it's TTNVQs or CVQs, and also looking at improving the students' interest in ICT. One of the things they're also going to do is add an ICT component to other areas. So when you talk about soft skills being something that would have been throughout all skill areas, now you're going to have digital skills included in all training programs, because when you enter the world of work, this is what you need. On the other slide, you would have seen where we would have done a number of training programs, including the one that is in our prison system. So we have TVET programs, but if we do not allow those persons to be exposed to digital skills training when they come out in 18 to 6 months and they enter the world of work, because they've been away for such a long time, they don't have access to AI. If we don't train them to use it when they enter the world of work, they will be at a disadvantage. So that group in particular is being trained in digital skills and the use of AI in the workplace. And so this is just one list in terms of government, what they're doing. Public servants, we all work in the public sector here. We have a very rigorous file physical system. As part of our transformation, we're doing enrollment cycles of 1,000, where the public and public servants are in the same space doing the program at the same time, and they're doing some digital literacy. So they understand how to convert processes, but also make it more efficient. I don't know what's happening. Okay, that brings me to the end. But I just wanted to add one thing that's very revolutionary, in that we're working with the chambers, and we have something, because we have a heavy oil and gas sector called twinning technology, where we create a digital twin of something like an oil rig, and we look at simulations in that environment. It's safer, it's less expensive, and it's very effective because it's quick. So with that, at the National Training Agency, while Trinidad and Tobago doesn't really have the competency, and we're leaning very heavily on a multinational company to lead it, what we're doing is actually asking them to set up a workforce development center. So while they have the competency, they will not only use it for the oil and gas sector, but other sectors, we can send apprentices, we can send employees to learn how to do twinning technology. So that's another way of skilling and certifying on the job.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be talking to you briefly, very briefly, about some initiatives that we are undertaking in St. Kitts and Nevis that has really galvanized or is pushing the transition, or the digitalization transition. You've seen the definition of digital transition already, so no need to go through that. But here's a list of 15 skill sets that we realize that are needed for the digital transition. Digital literacy, digital data, and I'm not going to go through all of them. Coding, cybersecurity. Everyone has been talking about AI from yesterday to just a few minutes ago, or 2 seconds ago. Now, in St. Kitts, we realize that we do have to have digital literacy across the board. This is the internet penetration rate for St. Kitts and Nevis. It stands just about 80%. Now our population is 50,000 people. Very small, smallest in the Western Hemisphere. We don't believe it's actually 80%. We believe it's higher, because practically every household in St. Kitts have a smartphone. So if they don't have a wired internet service, they do have it available on their phones. So what are some of the initiatives that we're undertaking? In our primary schools right now, actually this week, we're distributing 44,000 tablets to our primary schools. And this issue about a one-to-one device, you would believe that it will not be a political issue. Well, believe me, it is. Prior to 2015, the then government was issuing laptops to every secondary school student within the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. In 2015, when the government changed, that program was stopped. The idea was, oh, they don't have internet at home. Well, give them internet. We don't have the infrastructure. Well, build out the infrastructure. So it was actually stopped. And every single September morning, at the start of the academic year, I ask, when are we going to reintroduce the one-to-one laptop program? Well, it took the government to change back last year. And with that change, we're now distributing devices not just to the secondary schools, but to primary schools as well. So every student in the primary school will have a tablet device. In secondary school, we have from 3rd form to 5th form, they'll get laptops which becomes their own to keep. We have Chromebooks that we're issuing in 1st to 2nd. And the idea is that they will have those to use during school. We don't believe they are as responsible to take care of it on their own based on some of the damages that we've seen before. So those they get to use in school. But guess what? When they get to 3rd form, they get a laptop, and that's theirs. Because they then have to do CSEC, SBAs, and all these different things that they will need. You see, this thing came to light again with COVID. We had to shut down completely, and that happened across the globe. So, again, the politics kicked in. In 2020, election in 2020, it became another issue. Because now we didn't have the capability to do our remote learning that was needed. So they asked parents to actually buy tablets. And the parents will tell you, well, we can't buy any. In reality, they did have. But they say, well, we can't buy any because you stopped the program that we were getting a free laptop from before. So, but we've started to use MS Themes then. It was not effective because, of course, most of the students didn't have a tablet that they wanted to use. The parents didn't have access to internet in their household, even though they had it on their phones. So we had to end up do a number of things by providing home internet services so people could actually, and by the time we got these things up and running, we were basically coming out of COVID. So what we're doing now, because we realize we can't go back to that problem that we had before. So with the tablets and devices that we're distributing, we actually partnered with Fortuna Picks, where they're providing this interactive textbook that includes homework assignments, classroom assignments, in addition to providing the teachers and the parents especially with analytics and performance tools. So they can grade everything online, and parents can have access to these devices as well. And then we have the OneLearn platform that provides all these different capabilities, the library service. Students get to be able to take the notes on those tablets, ask the parent questions. But the key thing is analytics, the data will be available online. And I'm stressing the analytics and the data being available online because that is a major gap. In one of the skill sets that we needed, which was digital skill, that is a major gap in St. Kitts. Another skill that we're looking at is the coding and programming initiatives. Now, we recognize that the way in which the world is going today, we need to start to do programming, not just in post-secondary and tertiary, but really even in primary schools. So the ministry officials just went to Finland in September and October, where they have a program there and they're teaching coding, Python, and these things in primary schools and secondary schools. So that's an initiative that we're rolling out. We're implementing curriculum reform. This has been an initiative that has been going on for about 4 years, We have done a complete revision of grade 4 and grade 6 curriculums. We've actually piloted it and now rolling it out. And we've included a lot of, again, the literacy component, the digital literacy component, a lot of ICT is involved, all these things that were not in our programs before. And then we are undertaking the broader education sector reform initiatives. I think yesterday someone said, hey, in Jamaica now we have free tuition up to, associate's level. Last year, as soon as the government changed in August, the directive was issued that there will be no tuition at any of our post-secondary institutions. This happened the very first day the Prime Minister went into office. He issued that directive. So students who had already paid the tuition fees and so on at CFPC, they got a refund, and so they were excited. Now, we're doing the education sector plan to ensure that we have alignment with the CARICOM HRD strategy and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Cyber security. My colleague from Trinidad just talked about cyber security all along. We had 2 major threats in St. Kitts and Nevis that has really brought our attention forward on the need for us to establish the skill sets at home to address those cybersecurity threats that are prevailing. St. Kitts and Nevis National Bank is the largest indigenous bank in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. And for us to have gotten an attack about 3 years ago, put this bank offline for about 2 weeks. So you can go to the bank, anything had to be done on paper. You couldn't have access to your account information, didn't know your balance, didn't know anything for about 2 weeks. We also had a threat at Nevis Island administration, but it wasn't a threat because while National Bank was able to recover their systems, because what happened with National Bank was someone recognized that someone was in the server, and they were able to unplug the system completely. So they never really got to do much damage, but they had to make sure the system get back up online progressively before they went back live. With the NIA, they lost their complete domain. So when they were having an NIA.gov domain, NIA.gov.com domain, which they shouldn't have had, because they should have had an NIA.gov domain.kn, because that's St. Kitts and Nevis domain. But they had their own, and they lost that entire domain. All the email systems, everything had to be completely revamped. So what are we doing? Well, we actually have sent a lot of folks overseas to study. Thanks to UTech, they've done a lot for us in that we have a couple of students over there right now doing computer engineering and security. UTech has been a good partner for St. Kitts and Nevis too. I think they benefited too by a couple $1 million. But we realize that cybersecurity is a threat, is going to continue to be a threat, but we're doing the things that we need to do to address these. And it took the National Bank, it's actually the government owned 51% of it. And so we had to really make everything we can to get it back online. Another skill, digital marketing, promotions. Believe it or not, this has changed the way we market, the way we create content, the way we distribute content, and it's really worldwide. It's really affecting us. We had 2 major things. Again, we had in 2020, well, actually just 2020, but let's focus on 2020 because COVID, we can't go anywhere. You're completely on lockdown, but we had an election. We had to go and vote. Well, we couldn't go anywhere, so we had our election campaign in cyberspace. Everything was high-tech. Everyone became experts overnight. So all the videography and everything we did. We believe that the government used the fact that we were on lockdown to prevent the opposition from campaigning. Well, it did happen. So we fast-tracked then to 2022, when it's time for the election again, which was an off-term election. And the opposition then used internet, used the digital content and everything online, and really created a robust marketing and promotion and campaign online, even though they now were able to do on-ground campaigning. The manifesto, never launched a paper manifesto, everything was digitalized. And then I go back to 2020, because we have Carnival in December. We really don't celebrate Christmas. We celebrate Carnival. Now, in 2020, it was the 49th year of Carnival. In 2021, it will be 50 years, and that's a major celebration, a major milestone. Well, if you don't have Carnival 49 in 2020, it means you can't have Carnival 50 in 2021. So, while everyone across the region was canceling Carnival, not us. The only difference is we still can't go jam and Juve, and Juve for us is an all-day affair. We can't go jam and Juve in the streets of Bastille. So everything was done online. The Calypso shows, the Queen shows, Juve, everything. We had a cyber carnival in 2020. So we never got out of it. And then in 2021, we went into Carnival 50, which then we were able to have a major celebration. This year we'll be celebrating 52. Feel free to come to St. Kitts for Carnival in December. Artificial intelligence and automation. This is going to be revolutionary for St. Kitts and Nevis, and we're actually doing a lot when it comes to robotics. We do have a robotics team that is competing globally. We have been, well, we pride ourselves on the fact that we were able to beat the US, South Korea, collaborated with Grenada to beat countries like Germany and Estonia and those things in the recently completed first global competition. But the programming of these, the programming for these robots is really something that we've taken now, not only just for a program that started at the college level, we're now including primary school and secondary school in the robotics team in St. Kitts and Nevis. And we've joined with other Caribbean islands to create the OECS Robotics Association. We did have Independence 40 this year, and we did a remarkable drone show with all these lights and everything. So these guys were amazing. When you see how they have, I don't have that one here, but when they have our national heroes actually walking on the night cloud, in the skies. So they really did a very good job in the programming and how to do these things. But these are skill sets that we are developing within St. Kitts and Nevis in this area. I remember I said earlier we do have some gaps. Data literacy, that is a major, major gap for us. You see, some of them don't understand the importance of having data. And then they don't understand the importance of having the right or the appropriate type of data for us to use. I can't get labor market information in St. Kitts. The Ministry of Labor doesn't do a labor market survey, nothing. So we can get data by just anecdotal. We can go ask questions and get those type of things. But data is really a gap that is missing. And when we do have some data, they have ownership issues or ownership concerns, and then it's silo. You can't get this from this person unless you have a very good relationship with them. Many times when I want data, I have to get an outside regional or international agency to get it for me, which is strange. And of course, we do have the privacy and confidentiality issues that surrounds data collections. I end it with
Wow, that's really deep stuff. We really need those slides. We have to really sit down, look at those multidimensional approaches, understand the implications for digitization and digital transformation. Thank you for sharing the national perspectives and giving us all of those resources, Rodrigo, that we can further look on to understand the implications of digital transformation. This, colleagues, is really deep work. And we really will have to take some more time to really delve into it and look into those resources available to support our minister as we transform nationally and transform our institutions. So thank you for the interrogation. Thank you for sharing your experiences and for beginning to challenge us today. It is really serious work that is ahead of us when it comes on to this. So we have some tokens that we are going to give to you now just to say thanks and to present to Rodrigo, Christine. We have from the Hart College of Beauty Services, Mrs. King. All right, and Mrs. King Davis, could you come to present to Anastasia Leconte from Trinidad? Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Okay, Mrs. Christine Gittens, our Senior Director for Strategic Planning. And we just heard from our Institutional Manager, Mrs. King, and Mrs. King Davis, our Senior Programs Director. I just want to extend a special welcome to our Minister, Dr. Dana Morris Dixon. She came in when we started. Welcome, Minister. And I see she's joined by Miss Marjorie Straw. And Miss Straw leads the Global Services Sector Project Execution Unit, which is based in Jampro. And that is one of our interventions that's really moving our global sector services forward. So welcome, Ms. Straw, and yes, lots of things happening there with our global sector services. You have heard about the spurts in terms of the growth in employment and growth in terms of income coming into our country. So thank you for all of that good work. We are now graced with the presence of Her Excellency Angie Martinez. She's Ambassador of the Dominican Republic here in Jamaica. And she has just come in at the last minute, heard you were abroad, but you have really made an effort to be here with us. We are really privileged, and we are now asking you to just come and address us. Just give us an address. Yes.
I think that I'm waiting for a laptop that someone is going to borrow me with my remarks, but I can start with the knowledge of the important persons that are here in this important conference. Senator, the Honorable Dr. Dana Morris Dinson, Minister without portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister with responsibility for skill and digital transformation. The Honorable Perno Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security. The Honorable Marsha Smith, State Minister, Minister of Education and Youth. Ms. Sam Patricenis, President, Jamaican Confederate of Trade Unions. Mr. Philip Ramson, President, Jamaica Chamber of Commerce. Dr. Tanisha Ingleton, Managing Director of HAR, our friend, our dear friend at the embassy that have been working so hard to put everything together. Thank you, Tanisha, for all your support. Mrs. Ann Postuma, Director, Inter-American Center for Knowledge Development in Vocational Training, and other representatives. Mr. Heatherson Edsmond, Chairman, Caribbean Association and National Training Agency, and other representatives of the Caribbean Association of National Training Agencies. Just a minute. That's why I was looking forward for my laptop. Just a minute. Okay. Members of the visiting Caribbean delegation, Antigua, Barbuda, Barbados, of course, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, St. Kitts and Nevis, and if you allow me, I would like to make a special recognition of our director, Dr. Rafael Santos Badia, which is the director of the National Institute of Professional Technical Training, Infotep. We are really honored, Professor, to have you in Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Usain Bolt, and so many talented people. So this is the land that we call home now, since I was appointed in this beautiful country where I gather so many good friends, and where we are developing a real beautiful diplomatic era between our countries. So it's a dreaming come true to have you here for the signing of this agreement. And please, let's give him a round of applause. Yes, and to finalize the knowledge of people, I would like to recognize, of course, the members of academia that are gathered here today, representatives and partners of the public and private sector and civil society, executive staff of HART, other special invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, representative of the media, of course, everyone. So I think it's still good morning, right? Good morning. Thank you. I was dealing, but I could do it. Well, it is with immense pride and joy that I find myself standing at this nexus of a momentous occasion, the signing of a pivotal memorandum of understanding between the Hart Institution Trust at the National Institute of Professional Technical Training, Infotep. These moments mark the realization of a vision that has been brewing with me since my arrival of Jamaica. And the professor will correct myself and will say, no, this dream you have it before you arrive in Jamaica, because one of the most important meetings that I have in Dominican Republic once I was designated as Dominican ambassador to Jamaica by His Excellency Luis Abinader was precisely to meet with Professor Badia and discuss the importance of this partnership. The signing of this agreement signs and aligns perfectly with the new vision of the Dominican foreign policy, led by His Excellency Luis Abinader and our Foreign Minister, Roberto Alvarez, aiming to revitalize our relations with Caribbean countries. In the case of Jamaica, we witnessed the birth of the new era of our bilateral relations, characterized by unprecedented dynamism that I call a new diplomatic era of shared milestones and successes. I firmly believe that the true wealth of any nation's professor lies in its human resources and minister. A well-trained, skilled, and capable workforce not only enhances a country's productivity, but also attracts foreign investments, fostering a stable workforce and contributing to the nation's gross domestic product, GDP. The convergence of Hart Trust and Infotep in this historic alliance is poised to fortify the bonds of friendship and bilateral relations between our respective countries. Beyond that, it promises to amplify the people-to-people connectivity of our island nations, facilitating the exchange of training, methodologies, cultural nuances, and best practices. This collaboration is not just about institutions. It's about fostering a sense of global camaraderie. In the spirit of this partnership, we anticipate a flourishing exchange of students. This not only exposes them to diverse learning environment, but also provides a platform for forging lifelong connections. Through this exchange, a student will have the opportunity to delve into and appreciate the unique offerings of Jamaica, in the case of the Dominican Republic, and the unique offering of Dominican Republic. The collaboration efforts between these esteemed institutions are bound to yield an array of fruits. This union is not just a signing ceremony. It is the commencement of a transformative journey that transcends boundaries and promises a brighter and interconnected future. In closing, I eagerly anticipate witnessing the profound impact of the students, the most important in these signatures, their families, their communities, and by extension, our nations, our countries, our people. Thank you very much.
We want to thank you for your kind endorsements, for your message. It's Her Excellency Angie Martinez. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. We know you will not be able to stay with us for very long, and we look forward to the signing of the MOU later on today. We are now going to go into the conversation, and it is going to be with Senator the Honorable Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, our Minister with responsibility for skills and digital transformation. So she started a conversation yesterday, and she's coming to continue it today. So we are really excited and privileged to have double dose of Minister Dixon, because we know you're very busy. And we're also going to be hearing from Anne Posthumer. And you know, Anne is the director for ILO CINTERFOR, and Anne was also a part of the conversation yesterday. And she told us some exciting things about skills, the inclusive nature of skills. And all of that will be facilitated by our Managing Director, Dr. Tanisha Ingleton. I also want to pause to welcome Professor Charmaine Barrett. She came in a little later, and I remember, you know, years ago when I was saying, Heart is responsible for workforce development. Professor Barrett said to me, UTech, we are in workforce development too. So we are one part of an ecosystem. And we heard Dr. Courtney Thompson giving that, talking about the importance of UTech in helping with the training and upskilling across the region. So Dr. Ingleton here to facilitate this very important conversation on digital transformation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marcia Rowe Amande. It is indeed a pleasure to have our Minister Double Dose indeed, and of course our Director of ILO Double Dose too. And we're going to be listening to them today. I have some simple questions. We're not going to be long, but I just want to open with what's happening in the world today with digital transformation, and we will move quickly into the questioning. And so there is no doubt that technological advancement and digital transformation are reshaping the world. Across the public, private, and academic spheres, business models and operations are undergoing a transformation. They are incorporating technology and automation, assisting economic growth, and sometimes even furthering other development goals. Now, examples of the integration of technology into business processes include the following areas. Agriculture, and our minister often refers to it as agri-tech, where farmers can use mobile phones to improve yields through sensor-based watering practices. We see improvements in health, where a patient can consult online with a medical specialist despite being located in a distant area. We see it in infrastructure development, where agility, speed, and data-driven decision-making can support multiple global activities. We see it, Minister and Director of ILO, in education, where virtual environments are used to support learning. We see it in finance, where all traditional banking services are now available 24/7 on our mobile phones without the need for the customer's physical presence. And we see it in services, where the AI-powered chatbots can address customer queries. And so these kinds of transformations are only expected to increase. But these advancements come with greater social divides between those with access and those without access. And so Jamaica, the Caribbean, the Americas, we are no different. We are faced with a situation where digital transformation, if we do not move quickly, may create even a wider social divide. And so today, our minister and our director of ILO will talk to us about how we can bridge that divide. And so the very first question is for our Minister of Skills and Digital Transformation. It sounds nice, don't? And we're proud that on this part of the world, we are leading in that regard. And so we want to hear from her, what exactly is this digital transformation? And why shouldn't we be afraid to embrace it?
All right, that's a very good question. And digital transformation is not just about us having new systems. I keep saying that all over Jamaica. I say it's not about a new software at all. It is about transforming the way we do things to make things more efficient. And efficiency is key in all of this. And I was just going to show you, if I can, Madam Chair, really what I call our digital house, which just gives you, and I'll show you very quickly, the Jamaica Digital House. At the base is infrastructure. Before you can build a house, you need to ensure that the foundation is strong. We all know that. And so for us, in terms of the infrastructure layer, it's broadband. Internet access is critical. How do you create a digital society there where you don't have access to internet? That is a precursor to it. Cybersecurity, we put that in the infrastructure layer because if you don't have cybersecurity embedded in your systems, then you are not going to be able to engender trust. And society has to trust what we are doing. And so that's key. We also look at the legislative framework because sometimes it's legislation that prevents digital transformation. So sometimes it's an access issue, sometimes it's legislation. And a lot of our legislation is from a long time ago and came from another place. And they're not modern. They don't allow us to do some of the changes. We're doing the digital ID. That's foundation because it allows you to interact across government more seamlessly. And then we look at multiple payment options also there. So that's infrastructure. Then we talk about digital skills, which was talked about this morning, so I don't need to go into it. And my colleague from Trinidad and Tobago did such a fantastic job. And also my ILO colleague, who you and I need to talk quite a bit. Digital skills is the next thing, which is in the training element and our digital service core. We're not going to do this if we do not have a core of digital professionals, IT professionals, at all. It's not going to happen. And so that element is important. And then the training is training of the children in schools. It's training of the teachers so they can use the tools. In Jamaica, we gave tablets to children during COVID. But when we look at the data, we see that the teachers aren't using the tablets anymore. Once we went back to face-to-face, that meant that transformation was not rooted. And so that's what we have to do. We have to spend more time on all sides. And so digital skills is key. And then there's connected government, which is an important element of what we're trying to do. Why do you go from place to place to do one government service? Why do we not have better integration? Why do you have long lines? Why can't we put more online? But it's not just putting it online, but putting it online with the right UX. Because so often we put a service online, you can't even know where to press. And so that's really important that we look at connected government. And that's another key element for us with this digital transformation. It's a house. It enables many different parts. And then you have the new economy. How do we foster all these new industry sectors that are going to arise out of this new world? There are new jobs. We saw it from the TNT presentation. All the new jobs that are out there, there are new sectors that are being created. And we as government have to enable it. And so that is the other element. And then there is some pillars of it. And those pillars hold up the house. And there's inclusion. Inclusion is one pillar, which is critical, because if everyone isn't included, then you don't have it happening. And that's why the old have to be included, the young have to be included, women, men, everybody. And then the other pillar on the other side usually is multiple payment options, but it is efficiency and respect, which is a key pillar in terms of what we're doing. So we have to ask people what they want. We don't throw technology down people's throats. They are used to certain technologies. I keep saying it, we're all used to WhatsApp. Why don't we deliver more services using WhatsApp? Because there's already adoption of it. Instead of creating all these new apps, all these standalone apps all over government, it doesn't work. And so we have to be very respectful of people. And we have to understand that why we're doing this is because we respect people. And that's what I keep saying, the digital transformation, especially in government, is an act of respect. And it's because I respect you that I don't want you in a long line. It's because I respect you why I want you to be able to do things as efficiently and quickly as possible. So we have that key element, and then that is our house, and on top, it is global competitiveness and a better standard of living. That's really what our goal is. And this is, in a nutshell, digital transformation in the Jamaican context. And that's what it means, is how do we become competitive? How do we have people really realizing their full potential? And we think that route is through digital transformation.
Excellent. Isn't that...
And I'll stop.
Minister deserves a round of applause. Excellent response indeed to that question, Minister. We're going to be going to our Director of ILO, and we want to hear from her, what are some of the major trends in digitalization, and what are the implications for the world of work?
Thank you very much for the question. Let me just say again, it's such a pleasure to be here at this summit, and it's really to see all of the TVET institutions that are participating here. I want to congratulate the Heart Trust for pulling this together and bringing us all into this space. Has been very dynamic and continues to be a very dynamic discussion. So following up on the minister's very wise words, and to this question of how do we think about this digital transformation, in fact, our panel was shifted a little bit, so I was thinking of our session being a bit of a setting the stage. Yeah. Now that we've had the panel, maybe we're thinking about teasing some things out of it. So, I mean, what I wanted in reflecting on this kind of this interesting discussion and this conversation together was thinking, well, how do we look at the issue of technology and technological transformation, the link with employment, and then the link with skills, which is our driving issue here. So how have people viewed this? How do we view it now? But I looked a little bit, thinking, how is this issue is ongoing? We had that discussion yesterday about the different, cycles of industry, 1.0, 2, 3, and 4. So how do we think about that? So I just looked, it was interesting, in John Maynard Keynes in 1929 was already talking about a coming of technological unemployment. That fear already a whole century ago, this fear that technology brings change and it brings unemployment. This very depressing scenario. Also, Leontiev, we know, was talking about the different economic cycles, predicted just a few decades later that labor will become less and less important. Now we hear that and you think, my goodness, that, we know that labor has to be a driving element together with technological transformation. So fast forward, this year, McKinsey made an evaluation then of technological transformation in the present moment. And they estimate that 1/3 of the US labor force could be out of a job by 2030 due to automation. We have this narrative of fear of technological transformation and its impact on work and what it means for people, our employment and our skills and our capabilities. We've just heard from the minister and we have a very positive view of how to take it forward. But I thought it was very interesting to contextualize that. Now if we look at other authors that have, and David Autor of MIT brings this view of automation as a complement to human labor. It doesn't substitute, but it complements. And I think this is a reframing that we need to take to our heart, and it's clearly already reflected in the discussions that we have. That in order to increase productivity, to spur talent, and also new labor demand that's arising as a result of this, you cannot lose that complementarity. And so we see there are different perspectives, obviously. There are different perspectives on what technological transformation means, and that's quite logical. First of all, because there's a great deal of heterogeneity between countries and sectors, between different segments of the labor force. So of course, the diffusion of technology is going to have a differentiated impact. There's different, not only different impacts, but different speed of impacts. But what this means then, and also how it happens in your sub-region versus other parts. So the heterogeneity is one point. A second point that I think is important and fundamental to our discussion is that actually technological change and its impacts are not predetermined. Mm-hmm. And that speaks to the policy agenda. Yep. And it speaks to social dialogue. And it speaks to the actors in the world of work who are actually those who forge a response it's not going to it does not have to be a pessimistic scenario, but where you have a country where you have lively social dialogue and you have policymakers with this kind of vision, then you can harness the potential of the technology and then speak to that complementarity that the professor Autor from MIT is talking about. And I think that's the way we want to see it going forward. We had an example in Germany, for example, with the introduction of robotics, and where it didn't lead to unemployment because there was a lot of social dialogue and discussion about how technology would be introduced. It was therefore the process of how technology is introduced and interacts with human beings. I'll just wrap up because there is another. I obviously was looking at across a number of different studies. The ILO produced a study just this year looking at artificial intelligence and the impact on employment. And we know that at the same time, a few months earlier, there was another one of these reports predicting a great number of job displacements as a result of artificial intelligence. The ILO colleagues have, and I think it's very interesting, they carry on this narrative, the introduction of AI actually has the potential to augment work. So through automation, it frees up time to then be taking on other tasks and other roles. And that speaks to the human element in technological change. I think that's a fascinating study that's worth looking at. So augmentation, speaking to our world of skills. It means that workers then need to, with the time that is freed up from automation, they need to be skilling and reskilling, and it's that whole reskilling and upskilling discussion. And this is of course a challenge to the TVET community. How do we work in that context? Again, governments and social partners are key in this process. So in fact, we see the debates on technology and workers the effects on workers have changed over time. If we looked in the 19th century ago, as I said, you were looking at the impact on manual workers. Now we're struggling with the impact on cognitive skills, and knowledge workers. And the discussion, I think my colleague Rodrigo had talked about the ability of having, routine and non-routine cognitive tasks and skills that are involved. But again, these are all very much unfolding situations right now. We can't really foresee, and as well, there are a number of factors of how. Again, as I said, it's not predetermined. So how are these actors going to be defining and grappling with it, I think is a key issue. Another thing also is that the technology on not only this augmenting and complementing, but it can actually, another final point was that this study found that artificial intelligence can help middle qualification workers by compensating for some of their skill gaps. So there's a very interesting interaction that's going on. We need to plumb the depths of its potential and learn how to take it forward.
I agree.
Brilliant. Could you just give her a round of applause? We heard that the technology should not be a barrier. It should augment. It should complement. And with that, I'm going to move quickly into asking the minister about the current debate surrounding ChatGPT, as well as other open AI platforms. And we heard from Trinidad. The current debate highlights concerns around academic integrity, Minister, worries about cheating, Dr. Barrett, plagiarism in our schools. How do we bridge the divide, Minister, between these concerns and the opportunities that AI provides?
All right, that's very deep and heavy question, and you're taking me down the road of ethics of AI and all of that, which is fantastic. But you said quick. I'll do an entire lecture for you on that one. But there are a lot of, most technology and any advancement comes with positives and negatives. And really we have to try to take advantage of the positives and try to minimize the negatives. And that's the reason why we have an AI task force in Jamaica, which is supposed to be looking at what are those positives so we can accentuate them and what are the negatives so we can address them. And our chair is actually the head of the skills segment and committee of our AI task force. So she understands that we're grappling with a lot of these issues in Jamaica. But those points about plagiarism and so on, you would have heard them. I remember when I was in high school and you had the early days of the internet. And there were issues about, you going online and searching for information, and professors didn't like how you were using the internet and not sourcing properly. We've had technological changes, and, people say, oh no, it's going to lead to plagiarism, and the students aren't going to know much because they now can just go online. And so we've been here before. And so I'm less fearful having gone through that. I believe it's important in terms of policy and global policy that we talk about some of these negatives. I think some of the ones I do have concern over is in relation to disinformation and how that can be used, and it's very important. And so when we talked about earlier, we heard about skills and the skills that we need in a digital world. So even when we talk about our children being able to have particular skills from early, it means that they need to be discerning. They need to be able to learn how to pick up what's good, what's not good, what's right, and to be able to triangulate and figure out which pieces of information are actually credible. We're going to have to teach that from very early, because that is changing the world. I mean, when we look at artificial intelligence, which has been there for a long time, it's been there for decades, it just became available to us, the regular public, recently. But if we look at even at our own University of the West Indies, there were many of our ComSci lecturers who were doing work in AI for a long time. We just never knew what they were doing. But I think there's a lot of opportunity and there are a lot of benefits, but there are disadvantages. And we're in the early days of it. And as you were saying, when you're early, you can sometimes not sense everything, but that's why we need proactive policies and policies that aren't static. So even though we're now doing this AI task force and we have a report, we have to iterate on that, because as things emerge, we have to be a lot more agile in figuring out, okay, how do we adapt to this? And that's one of the things, and we may make mistakes. But we don't like when people make mistakes. In organizations, I know some people step back because, if I'm the one that makes the mistake, I am going to be ostracized. The same thing with governments. Governments sometimes don't want to make mistakes because they'll be voted out. And so, but it is important that we understand that in this world, it's a dynamic world. And we're going to have to be in that posture of dynamism, and policies may have to change. You may have to reverse the policy and try something different. That is the nature of it, because there are emerging areas of disadvantage that we don't even know about. We know about cybersecurity, because even in terms of making malicious code, it's a lot easier with AI. So that's a big problem. So we already have a cybersecurity issue in the region. It's going to get worse. And that's why we need to ensure that cyber is a key element of everything that we do in the Caribbean or anywhere in the world, but especially for us in this region.
Excellent, Minister. A round of applause again for that really brilliant discussion and the perspectives, what's happening, how is it that we can really make this work for us. We're going to turn to our Director of ILO, and we want to know what are the implications for skills needs and TVET. With all that's happening with digital transformation, how do we look in this particular sphere of TVET?
Thanks very much. Yeah, that's also a very relevant question. So often when we think about going back to the point of impact of technology and what does it mean for the world of work and for jobs, often we think about this this polarity between these are the jobs that will be destroyed and these are the jobs that will be created. We need to train for those that have been eliminated. As fine, the destruction of jobs is natural. We need to train for the new emerging jobs. But in fact, well, that's important. In fact, the great majority of jobs actually will be transformed because of technological change. So in fact, we need to be aware of the transformation that the technology brings and train for that. And that is a really large challenge, is for people, and that actually helps to reduce the labor market frictions that arise from job loss and unemployment, and then people, going in through unemployment, seeking new jobs. If you're training people in their existing jobs, bringing that reskilling and upskilling narrative back in again, but helping for that transitioning in, and that applies to the digital, but also the green economy as well. That's actually seems to be the most prominent role that skills can take on board. So we know that the role of skilling and upskilling then is so important for this, enabling this transformation. I think also then there's a quote that I really like a lot from Professor Eric Brynjolfsson from Stanford University. And he says that it's not technology that's going to really replace people and their jobs. It's the people with the new skills that are going to come in and replace those who are not prepared with the skills. There you go.
We need to take that down. That's
that's the agenda. That's the way to look at it. So I think that really shows that what we're talking about, skilling and enabling people, bringing people to a new level of qualification, a new level of skills, and that empowerment that's involved with it. So I think that is really, we bring our focus then to emerging skills, and we've already heard from the minister all about that you're doing. I mean, you clearly, when you have a minister with a vision, you know where to take it forward. So it puts, all of this is to say that it puts skills, training, TVET institutions at the core of the debate. And the core of what this transformation, this digital transformation, climate transformation is all about, is giving people those skills and empowering them, and also enabling to make those transitions in a way that reduces the frictions so that people retain their role in the labor market and in society as well. That's going to involve, of course, changes within how TVET operates, and within their curriculum, of course, there's the issue of the pace of change that is involved, because we all need to accelerate ourselves. There are also important mechanisms of designing and delivering training as well, and looking for new partnerships, because part of that change means is that we need to find ways of working together, and we need to find new allies and new partnerships that enables us to move faster and move together.
Excellent, and that's why we have a signing of an MOU today. But that is indeed a new partnership that we will be working with ILO and Infotep to ensure that we are really getting this right, and that we're at top of the game and ahead of so many other countries during this transformation. And so the final question from Minister is, what would you say to the parents, to business owners, to entrepreneurs? What would you say to them about embracing digital transformation?
That is really the theme. And I think I go out there as positive as I can, because I believe that the future is for us. I mean, I don't think anyone in the Caribbean, we've not been known to be, quiet people. We're pretty bold in the Caribbean. We're bold people. And I think we need to be bold in this moment. But this moment is fearful, and we understand. Whenever there is change, there is fear. And so the key thing is the communication, explaining. So the work that you do and the work you do in the community, which is much closer to the ground, is critical, where we can say, yes, this is coming, but there's no need for you to be as fearful. And also being able to inspire people. This is a new world. It's exciting. I mean, for young people, I always tell them, this is such a brilliant time to be young, because the world is changing and you can choose where you want to go in this new world. And so I do say, especially to parents, do not dissuade your children from things you do not know about. Just because you don't know it, or you don't know what it's called, you've never seen it in action, doesn't mean that it's not something powerful. I say to our young people, use the internet to understand the world and understand where it's going. And for business people, I also say the same thing to them, is that we have all this information available. We need to be looking at it, understanding from my sector, where is it going? And that's where HEART and PSOJ and some of our other entities are important in explaining to these organizations, these small businesses, where the world is going, and helping them with technology. The MSME sector, which you spoke about, is really critical, and maybe we can work with you in ILO on that, because that's a sector that's not really been touched enough. And so that's one area that we have to do work in, because their model is very different. I mean, even the adoption of technology is very different in those small businesses. And we have to be able to explain to them that this future is also theirs, and there's a route to their development through the adoption of technology. And it's gonna take work. It's not easy work, it's not a speech. It is doing hard work at the grassroots level with these people and explaining what it is and what there is for them. Because I found in my life that people adopt technology when they know that it is useful. And I always gave my mother was not into technology. And then one day she sent me a WhatsApp message. And I was like, oh, you figured it out, didn't you? Because it was useful, it was valuable, and it was simple. And so I do believe that as government, our policy is to try to have the enabling framework to move people forward. But at the same time, you know, there are all these other resources that are there to help our people move forward. But it needs to be done with a people-centered thinking.
Awesome, brilliant. Again, team, please. And we'll close off with just a few words from Director Postuma. What would you say to the TVET institutions in this regard?
Right. Yeah, to the institutions themselves. I mean, one of the key questions then is, how can you get TVET right?
Yeah.
It's not easy, no. Because the institutions themselves, and I think Rodrigo had cited a study from the ILO that had looked at 43 countries, and found that their training institutions were training, but for jobs that would be automated in the near future. It's difficult for TVET institutions because you have to train for the demands of today while you're also looking forward and planning for the future skills that you need to be training for.
It's hard.
You have to work in both spaces. And we already heard that yesterday in the whole discussion of skills anticipation and new methodologies that are already being very much applied and explored and applied here. So that is a big challenge, and we have to recognize that that hurdle has to be left over. There are a number of things, though, that we see are some examples in the region that different TVET institutions are taking on board. Partnerships with the edtechs and technology providers. It's another source of a lot of upgrading and new learning. Some other institutions are rethinking the structure of their curriculum and their curriculum design in order to accommodate much more quickly. We have cases in the region also of recognition of prior learning, as was mentioned, so very important as a way of responding to these new learning pathways and going forward. So about getting training right, I think, again, I'm probably repeating what I've seen coming up, but there's a bit of a matrix that we tend to think of about, you know, routine manual and non-routine manual, and then routine cognitive and non-routine cognitive tasks, knowing that routine manual tasks tend to have a very high risk of substitution being automized, but also looking at non-routine cognitive tasks as being more resistant to change. But we know that also technology is invading not only manual work, but also more white-collar areas. So just to wrap up, I think that there is a couple more points. Again, that this means we're talking about TVET, we're talking about, you know, an adult reskilling, upskilling, but also we need to start preparing young people at an earlier and earlier age. So again, we need to have those cognitive skills that are being transmitted to young people at even earlier ages. We also need to be thinking about integrating different levels of education and TVET and vocational training increasingly. Also being aware that there are different ways of learning, you know, and so and the need. Well, there are different ways of learning, and there's also the, you know, lifelong learning framework, and that causes us to think and deliver training in different ways. So they're different, such as short courses and boot camps. That, you know, micro-credentials is increasingly important in this framework. So this is all in the framework of lifelong learning as well. So I want to come back to the issue again that we were saying as the sort of the institutional drivers, government policy, and a whole of government framework. It continues to be essential in this, the role of social dialogue and the social partners together with government. So I repeat that's a core element. And we also say that in this particular, because the demographic transition here, speaking to the Caribbean, you still have a number of young people.
Yeah.
Whereas other parts of Latin America, the demographic transition is already advanced to those of greater ages. So there's also that opportunity not only of reskilling and upskilling, but there are young people who can be trained in these new frameworks, and that's very, very promising as well. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Director Ann Postuma. You just heard from our Minister of Skills and Digital Transformation, Director of ILO CINTERFOR, Ms. Ann Postuma. And we have individuals who have been collating the information because we're moving from this conference with a framework, Minister, on how is it that we are going to improve the delivery of TVET utilizing the technology going forward. So all of this was rich, full discussion. Thank you so much for listening. We are now going to move into the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. Thank you so very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ingleton, for facilitating such a hopeful conversation, an exciting and inspiring conversation with all women, women leaders, moving the agenda forward. So in spite of the challenges that Director Postuma pointed out, we are being told by Minister Dana Morris-Dixon that we need to be hopeful and we need to put fear aside and we need to look forward to the future because the possibilities are exciting. We are now going to go into the signing of a memorandum of understanding. But first, we will begin with the letter of intent. And I think this signals the cooperation. It signals the partnership. You said earlier on, Mr. Chinepu, that we need to create structures to formalize the conversations and to make action happen. Where here we have it. We have begun to formalize the conversations and really take them out of the realm of just talking and making it action-oriented. Because I know we talk a lot, and as Caribbean people, we talk. So the focus now will be on action. So first, we will have the letter of intent signed between HEART and Infotep. And this letter of intent will cover some salient areas. We're going to be looking at agreements, joint agreements, that will extend to virtual and in-person exchanges. We will look at how we can exchange best practices to develop professional education among our various TVET leaders and professionals and applied skilled systems. We are going to be implementing career guidance and counseling programs and skills competitions for our youth. We are going to be developing and implementing support systems for employment and labor mobility. And we're going to look at programs and practices to increase productivity. That was one of the words, one of the admonitions from our minister this morning, Minister Charles, talking to us about the need for productivity. So there we go. We have Dr. Ingleton signing. And then our counterpart from Infotep in the Dominican Republic, also signing. Under this bilateral partnership, joint activities will be carried out through the exchange of knowledge and skills. Very key. As I said, with the aim of guiding innovation and sharing best practices that will help to optimize the quality and the delivery of technical vocational education and training. We are all joined up, and let us give a round of applause for a gesture that speaks to action, taking the ideas and formalizing a structure to really execute these ideas. Signed, ready, and dusted. So this will ensure that all team members work together. And we want to thank Ms. Campbell, Ms. Kenisha Campbell, the Director of Strategic Partnerships, for doing all the facilitation, along with our team at the back there, very hardworking. They're there, decked out in blue, white, yellow, those shirts, working very hard, along with the affable Christine Edwards, to make this happen. And now we will have a word from Infotep. Yes. Senor Badia is going to say a word to us. It will be in Spanish, so there will be translation, so you may need your devices, just to endorse and signal this importance of this partnership.
Muy breves.
I'll be very brief, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. I would like to.
Magnífico trabajo para la integración de nuestro.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of the distinguished minister.
Su señor esposo.
Secondly, I'd like to thank CINTERFOR. And thirdly, I'd like to say that, as the Minister of Labor said, Labor and Social Security, we have to learn to use digital transformation indifferently. People who are always complaining, who are always thinking that things are difficult or seeing difficulty everywhere. Generally, it is important to make a positive affirmations, that even sometimes after positive affirmation, they see difficulty in things. But I think that we can say that as an example, that it is very important for the Dominican Republic and Jamaica to work together in this digital transformation, even when we speak a different language. You know, I can say it in a different way. Despite the fact that we speak different languages, it is just as important that Jamaica and the Dominican Republic, we can work together. Because together, we can help to ensure the integration of the Caribbean area. Therefore, I'd like to thank you all, and I commit to continue to working, as the ambassador said. 2 years we have been setting up the partnership with the Dominican Republic, and we have been doing so virtually with 43 countries in the world, including all of the islands of the Caribbean. We are present in all of the Caribbean islands where we have people from the Dominican Republic living. So we are committed to training our people so that they can be better citizens in the countries that have received them. I'd like to thank you on behalf of our president. Thank you so much to CINTERFOR, to Mrs. Postuma, to Gonzalo, to Rodrigo, in fact, to everyone, and to our hosts. I would like to ask you to give them a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Senor Padilla. Minister, I know that I see Blake standing behind you, so I know what that means. I know that. Could you give her a round of applause? And the work that she's doing across skills and digital transformation is unprecedented. I also want to take the opportunity to really acknowledge the work of the partnerships team. There's no way that we could get here today without that dedicated focus from Ms. Kenisha Campbell and her team working together to really make this happen. It is indeed extraordinary, and we do not take it lightly. We do not take it for granted. Just for this room to know that just across this week, we are having several activities. Today we are here. There's a team in Region 3 for the graduation ceremony where 1,100 individuals are being presented to Jamaica ready for work. We have another team out there in Halfway Tree for the Youth Month doing the skills activities. We have a team this evening for the acknowledgement of the reopening of Crab Circle. We went in, we did our part to ensure that we are upskilling Jamaicans. And so every step of the way, this week, Minister, it's a lot of activities. And that is an indication of the work of the trust. And so this partnership between us and the Dominican Republic is a significant one. We collaborate or die. There is no way that we can do anything together, anything alone. The siloed approach is no longer working. And so partnering with the Dominican Republic, and we welcome Trinidad on board, we welcome Barbados on board, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis. Let us pull together and change the perception of TVET across the region and the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ingleton. Picture time. As we see the signing of this very important letter of intent and the MOU, I am reminded of an African proverb that says, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. So we are going to see this increasing in scope. We are reaching more young people, more adults, nationally and in the region. As we joined up, it's really about joined up governance, and we leverage our efforts and the strengths that we all bring. Are we going to have the MOU signing now? Or it was a letter of. So there we have the letter of intent and the MOU. It has been quite a productive morning. The MOU is to be signed now. Okay. We have a memorandum of understanding, I'm sorry, to be signed between ILO CINTERFOR and Infotep. So here we are seeing an international partnership. We signed it at the regional level with the letter of intent, between the Heart, NSTA, and Infotep, and we are now extending it regionally, where Director Ann Postuma, Mr. Badia, Mr. Grana Gonzalez, and the ambassador to Jamaica from the Dominican Republic, Her Excellency, will be signing the MOU between Infotep and ILO CINTERFOR. And this MOU will be looking at areas such as joint research, joint exchange of publications of common interest. We hear Rodrigo earlier on spoke of those, that kind of information sharing that can be used to inform policies through the various publications. Exchange of specialists and academics, joint technical meetings through workshops or seminars, development and implementation of support systems for employment and labor mobility. Labor, decent work, the signature mission of the ILO. The development of digital solutions and platforms for delivery of training. We have seen the importance of that piece of work that was mentioned earlier on the publication from the ILO and how it can help us as we establish our programs. And increasing the prestige and the economic and social focus of TVET. All important areas. So there we have it. The signing of the MOU between Infotep and ILO CINTERFOR. Mr. Badia and Her Excellency have signed on behalf of Infotep Dominican Republic, and Mr. Gonzalez and Director Postuma, they signed on behalf of ILO CINTERFOR. Joint research. This is a good time. In TVET, we see TVET not only moving at the national level, but we are aligned to what is happening internationally. Another way of integrating international standards in our TVET system through these key strategic partnerships. This is just the beginning. We will see a lot of great things in terms of repositioning and strengthening TVET for social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Equipping young people and adults for work and for life, So it has indeed been a productive morning, right, Mrs. Mohan? Let us all give ourselves a hand. You have a part to play in this. You have engaged and you have been very attentive. So we have come to the proceedings now for the end of the morning. Well, it's into the afternoon, and we are going to go into lunch now. So lunch is about to be served. And I will say to all, enjoy your lunch. We will come back in 45 minutes. We'll take this opportunity to have conversations, because there's so much that we can learn in the conversations that we do not structure, the conversations that are not a part of the formal program. So enjoy your lunch, colleagues.
I'm doing first sous chef here at the Rock Hotel, Kingston. I started in the industry as a steward, working at the all-inclusive hotel on the North Coast, watching pots and pan. It was rough work, hard work. I worked there, I worked my way up until I started travel and the overseas work program for over 10 years. We gained valuable experience from being a pastry cook to a banquet cook. And back here in Jamaica, I came back, started working at various restaurants and catering company. Then here I am today, a sous chef at the Rock Hotel.
Hi, my name is Wale Williams, Executive Chef for Rock Hotel, Kingston. I don't believe I decided to become a chef. I believe it found me, right? It initiated from, I would say, summertime, going to the country. Grandmother got me exposed to making banana fritters and fell in love with the flavor of banana fritters. So back home, back in Spanish Town after summer, I just started taking every ripe banana, making fritters at home, you know, and from making banana fritters almost every other day, the passion just sink in. And it just evolved from there, you know.
It was just a passion for me. After going in the industry and every day and see these chefs and see how they prepare those food and the reaction from the customers on a daily basis, just seeing the passion that they have, that did inspire me. That I wanted to do that. I wanted to be in that position to prepare these meals. You know, I wanted to do all of that. So that's what I think really pushed me to become a chef and continue to be the person I am right now in the industry.
I did some programs at Heart where it's a commercial food preparation level 1, followed by that the commis chef, which is level 2, you know, and then I jump into the next program, which is a certified chef de partie, which is level 3, right, which basically align me to what the industry looks at as a supervisor, right, both locally and internationally. But it's all professional certification courses that is accepted within the industry.
As I always say, you started from the bottom and you work your way up. I did start from the bottom, work my way up. It was hard, rough work, hard work, but I worked my way up and now here I am as a sous chef here at the Rock. I was a late starter where training was concerned. Most of my training was on-the-job training. I started in the Hart College with the CIA program. It's a program they did with the Culinary Institute of America, where they train you professionally alongside the CIA program that they have running in the CIA base in New York. During the CIA program was basic fundamental, knife skills, sauce making, you know, menu planning, time management, food costing and all that. You know, those are the basic fundamental skills that you need as a chef for you to survive in the industry. I'm able to apply all those now in my day-to-day activities as I go by.
I believe culinary education is extremely important. A lot of persons look at it as just cooking. It's more than just cooking, I'm telling you. You have to understand the science about food, because food is not about just seasoning something, putting in a pot. Every element, every ingredient, every component reacts differently towards time and temperature. You understand me? You have certain aromatics. If it's exposed to specific amount of temperature, too high, too low, the flavor, the nutritive value is either eliminated or doesn't get that time to come out and impact the dish accordingly. And there are multiple stages how you can get things done. Learning the formalities of culinary, it solidifies that foundation that you can step and excel and transform and evolve any aspect of anything within the craft. I implore any young person or any person within there, age is just a number. Once you have the knack for it, the love, the passion, where else to go? Heart. That's where I'm at. That's where I've been. That's what I've done. So start with heart, and you will see.
My advice to any young upcoming chef right now is to start with heart. Get your first-hand training, can't go wrong. I'm doing first sous chef here at the Rock Hotel, Kingston. I started in the industry as a steward, working at the all-inclusive hotel on the North Coast, watching pots and pan. It was rough work, hard work. I worked there, I worked my way up until I started travel and the overseas work program for over 10 years. We gained valuable experience from being a pastry cook to a banquet cook. And back here in Jamaica, I came back, started working at various restaurants and catering company. Then here I am today, a sous chef at the Rock Hotel.
Hi, my name is Wale Williams, executive chef for Rock Hotel, Kingston. I don't believe I decided to become a chef. I believe it found me, right? It initiated from, I would say, summertime, going to the country. Grandmother got me exposed to making banana fritters and fell in love with the flavor of banana fritters. So back home, back in Spanish Town after summer, I just started taking every ripe banana, making fritters at home, you know, and from making banana fritters almost every other day, the passion just sink in. And it just evolved from there, you know.
It was just a passion for me. After going in the industry and every day and see these chefs and see how they prepare those food and the reaction from the customers on a daily basis, just seeing the passion that they have, that did inspire me. That I wanted to do that. I wanted to be in that position to prepare these meals. You know, I wanted to do all of that. So that's what I think really pushed me to become a chef and continue to be the person I am right now in the industry?
I did some programs at Heart where it's a commercial food preparation level 1, followed by that the commis chef, which is level 2, you know, and then I jump into the next program, which is a certified chef de partie, which is level 3, right, which basically align me to what the industry looks at as a supervisor, right, both locally and internationally. But it's all professional certification courses that is accepted within the industry.
As I always say, you started from the bottom and you work your way up. I did start from the bottom, work my way up. It wasn't hard work, but I worked my way up, and now here I am as a sous chef here at the Rock. I was a late starter where training was concerned. Most of my training was on-the-job training. I started in the Hart College as with the CIA program. It's a program they did with the Culinary Institute of America, where they train you professionally alongside the CIA program that they have running in the CIA base in New York. During the CIA program was basic fundamental, knife skills, sauce making, you know, menu planning, time management, food costing, and all that. You know, those are the basic fundamental skills that you need as a chef for you to survive in the industry. I'm able to apply all those now in my day-to-day activities as I go by.
I believe culinary education is extremely important. A lot of persons look at it as just cooking. It's more than just cooking, I'm telling you. You have to understand the science about food, because food is not about just seasoning something, putting in a pot. Every element, every ingredient, every component reacts differently towards time and temperature. You understand me? You have certain aromatics, if it's exposed to specific amount of temperature, too high, too low, the flavor, the nutritive value is either eliminated or doesn't get that time to come out and impact the dish accordingly. And there are multiple stages how you can get things done. Learning the formalities of culinary, it solidifies that foundation that you can step and excel and transform and evolve any aspect of anything within the craft. I implore any young person or any person within there, age is just a number. Once you have the knack for it, the love, the passion, where else to go? Heart. That's where I'm at. That's where I've been. That's what I've done. So start with heart, and you will see.
My advice to any young upcoming chef right now is to start with heart. Get your first-hand training, can't go wrong. I'm doing first sous chef here at the Rock Hotel, Kingston. I started in the industry as a steward, working at the all-inclusive hotel on the North Coast, watching pots and pan. It was rough work, hard work. I worked there, I worked my way up until I started travel and the overseas work program for over 10 years. We gained valuable experience from being a pastry cook to a banquet cook. And back here in Jamaica, I came back, started working at various restaurants and catering company. Then here I am today, a sous chef at the Rock Hotel.
Hi, my name is Wale Williams, Executive Chef for Rock Hotel, Kingston. I don't believe I decided to become a chef. I believe it found me, right? It initiated from, I would say, summertime, going to the country. Grandmother got me exposed to making banana fritters and fell in love with the flavor of banana fritters. So back home, back in Spanish Town after summer, I just started taking every right banana, making fritters at home, you know, and from making banana fritters almost every other day, the passion just sink in and it just evolved from there, you know.
It was just a passion for me. After going in the industry and every day and see these chefs and see how they prepare those food and the reaction from the customers on a daily basis, just seeing the passion that they have, that did inspire me, that I wanted to do that. I wanted to be in that position to prepare these meals, you know. I wanted to do all of that. So that's what I think really pushed me to become a chef and continue to be the person I am right now in the industry.
I did some programs at Heart where it's a commercial food preparation level 1, followed by that the commis chef, which is level 2, you know, and then I jump into the next program, which is a certified chef de partie, which is level 3, right, which basically align me to what the industry looks at as a supervisor, right, both locally and internationally. But it's all professional certification courses that is accepted within the industry.
As I always say, you started from the bottom and you work your way up. I did start from the bottom, work my way up. It was hard, rough work, hard work, but I worked my way up and now here I am as a sous chef here at the Rock. I was a late starter where training was concerned. Most of my training was on-the-job training. I started in the Hart College with the CIA program. It's a program they did with the Culinary Institute of America, where they train you professionally alongside the CIA program that they have running in the CIA base in New York. During the CIA program was basic fundamental, knife skills, sauce making, you know, menu planning, time management, food costing and all that. You know, those are the basic fundamental skills that you need as a chef for you to survive in the industry. I'm able to apply all those now in my day-to-day activities as I go by.
I believe culinary education is extremely important. A lot of persons look at it as just cooking. It's more than just cooking, I'm telling you. You have to understand the science about food, because food is not about just seasoning something, putting in a pot. Every element, every ingredient, every component reacts differently towards time and temperature. You understand me? You have certain aromatics, if it's exposed to specific amount of temperature, too high, too low, the flavor, the nutritive value is either eliminated or doesn't get that time to come out and impact the dish accordingly. And there are multiple stages how you can get things done. Learning the formalities of culinary, it solidifies that foundation that you can step and excel and transform and evolve any aspect of anything within the craft. I implore any young person or any person within there, age is just a number. Once you have the knack for it, the love, the passion, where else to go? Heart. That's where I'm at. That's where I've been. That's what I've done. So start with heart and you will see.
My advice to any young upcoming chef right now is to start with heart. Get your first-hand training, can't go wrong. I'm doing first sous chef here at the Rock Hotel, Kingston. I started in the industry as a steward, working at the all-inclusive hotel on the North Coast, watching pots and pan. It was rough work, hard work. I worked there, I worked my way up until I started travel and the overseas work program for over 10 years. We gained valuable experience from being a pastry cook to a banquet cook. And back here in Jamaica, I came back, started working at various restaurants and catering company. Then here I am today, sous chef at the Rock Hotel.
Hi, my name is Wale Williams, executive chef for Rock Hotel Kingston. I don't believe I decided to become a chef. I believe it found me, right? It initiated from, I would say, summertime, going to the country. Grandmother got me exposed to making banana fritters and fell in love with the flavor of banana fritters. So back home, back in Spanish Town after summer, I just started taking every right banana, making fritters at home, you know, and from making banana fritters almost every other day, the passion just sink in. And it just evolved from there, you know.
It was just a passion for me. After going in the industry and every day and see the chef and see how they prepare those food and the reaction from the customers on a daily basis, just seeing the passion that they have, that did inspire me. That I wanted to do that. I wanted to be in that position to prepare these meals. You know, I wanted to do all of that. So that's what I think really pushed me to become a chef and continue to be the person I am right now in the industry.
I did some programs at Heart where it's a commercial food preparation level 1, followed by that the commis chef, which is level 2, you know, and then I jump into the next program, which is a certified chef de partie, which is level 3, right, which basically align me to what the industry looks at as a supervisor, right, both locally and internationally. But it's all professional certification courses that is accepted within the industry.
As I always say, you started from the bottom and you work your way up. I did start from the bottom, work my way up. It wasn't hard work, but I worked my way up and now here I am as a sous chef here at the Rock. I was a late starter where training was concerned. Most of my training was on-the-job training. I started in the Hart College as with the CIA program. It's a program they did with the Culinary Institute of America, where they train you professionally alongside the CIA program that they have running in the CIA base in New York. During the CIA program was basic fundamental, knife skills, sauce making, you know, menu planning, time management, food costing, and all that. You know, those are the basic fundamental skills that you need as a chef for you to survive in the industry. I'm able to apply all those now in my day-to-day activities as I go by.
I believe culinary education is extremely important. A lot of persons look at it as just cooking. It's more than just cooking, I'm telling you. You have to understand the science about food, because food is not about just seasoning something, putting in a pot. Every element, every ingredient, every component reacts differently towards time and temperature. You understand me? You have certain aromatics, if it's exposed to specific amount of temperature, too high, too low, the flavor, the nutritive value is either eliminated or doesn't get that time to come out and impact the dish accordingly. And there are multiple stages how you can get things done. Learning the formalities of culinary, it solidifies that foundation that you can step and excel and transform and evolve any aspect of anything within the craft. I implore any young person or any person within there, age is just a number. Once you have the knack for it, the love, the passion, where else to go? Heart. That's where I'm at. That's where I've been. That's what I've done. So start with heart, and you will see.
My advice to any young upcoming chef right now is to start with heart. Get your first-hand training, can't go wrong.
and the beauty of a woman, man. See as you find my Lupita Youngo. I could spare you a couple $100,000 racks. How do you feel the name upon your ass? And the beauty of a woman. See as you find my Lupita Youngo. Yeah, she really 25, but she looking 21. Wash my body, Lord, just give me my money talk. Kill it like you got a gun, kill it like you got a gun. Don't stop like you on the run, fire baby, let it burn, burn. And you know I got the money. Oh my boy, anybody run. Up all night and we having fun. Baby, I won't tell anyone. Cause of any chemical. No ring up on your finger by your belly button, Carolina get the body. Can I hit it, can I beat it like a drum, the bum, bum. Oh yeah, you got it like that, you got it like that. Like that, you got it like that. Oh yeah, you got it like that, you got it like that. Like that, you got it like that. You got it like that, you got it like that. Like that, you got it like that. Damn, I could spare you a couple $100,000 racks. How do you feel the journey, my boy? Ass, and the beauty of a woman. See as you find my Lupita Youngo.
Y'all remember I played that Bob Sinclair yesterday? Same vibe. Yes. Oh my God. Neona with a, is that a 10? Have mercy. Welcome, Neona. What we drinking today? Somebody got wine? This is my second cup of coffee. On the rocks. Yo, Sim. You going hard. Jason said Banks beer. Okay. Somebody said vodka crab. Mamacita said water.
I go falling. Champagne that we pouring.
What you want?
Until the morning. Focus, the whole thing. Put on. More money and fashion. For me, she a badass. I'll give you whatever you need, just for your love. Whatever that is, got to be just for your love. I'm willing to be a better me, just for your love. I'll give it up for you, just to be next to your love.
I told you, this is what we do on a... Hey, yo, folks, so that...
I'm doing first sous chef here at the Rock Hotel, Kingston. I started in the industry as a steward, working at the all-inclusive hotel on the North Coast, watching pots and pan. It was rough work, hard work. I worked there, I worked my way up until I started travel and the overseas work program for over 10 years, where I gained valuable experience from being a pastry cook to a banquet cook. And back here in Jamaica, I came back, started working at various restaurant and catering company. Then here I am today, a sous chef at the Rock Hotel.
Hi, my name is Wale Williams, Executive Chef for Rock Hotel Kingston. I don't believe I decided to become a chef. I believe it found me, right? It initiated from, I would say, summertime, going to the country. Grandmother got me exposed to making banana fritters and fell in love with the flavor of banana fritters. So back home, back in Spanish Town after summer, I just started taking every ripe banana, making fritters at home, you know, and from making banana fritters almost every other day, the passion just sink in. And it just evolved from there, you know.
It was just a passion for me. After going in the industry and every day and see these chefs and see how they prepare those food and the reaction from the customers on a daily basis, just seeing the passion that they have, that did inspire me. That I wanted to do that. I wanted to be in that position to prepare these meals. You know, I wanted to do all of that. So that's what I think really pushed me to become a chef and continue to be the person I am right now in the industry.
I did some programs at Heart where it's a commercial food preparation level 1, followed by that the commis chef, which is level 2, you know, and then I jump into the next program, which is a certified chef de partie, which is level 3, right, which basically align me to what the industry looks at as a supervisor, right, both locally and internationally. But it's all professional certification courses that is accepted within the industry.
As I always say, you started from the bottom and you work your way up. I did start from the bottom, work my way up. It wasn't hard, rough work, hard work, but I worked my way up, and now here I am as a sous chef here at the Rock. I was a late starter where training was concerned. Most of my training was on-the-job training. I started in the Hart College with the CIA program. It's a program they did with the Culinary Institute of America, where they train you professionally alongside the CIA program that they have running in the CIA base in New York. During the CIA program was basic fundamental, knife skills, sauce making, you know, menu planning, time management, food costing, and all that. You know, those are the basic fundamental skills that you need as a chef for you to survive in the industry. I'm able to apply all those now in my day-to-day activities as I go by.
I believe culinary education is extremely important. A lot of persons look at it as just cooking. It's more than just cooking, I'm telling you. You have to understand the science about food, because food is not about just seasoning something, putting in a pot. Every element, every ingredient, every component reacts differently towards time and temperature. You You understand me? You have certain aromatics, if it's exposed to specific amount of temperature, too high, too low, the flavor, the nutritive value is either eliminated or doesn't get that time to come out and impact the dish accordingly. And there are multiple stages how you can get things done. Learning the formalities of culinary, it solidifies that foundation that you can step and excel and transform and evolve any aspect of anything within the craft. I implore any young person or any person within there, age is just a number. Once you have the knack for it, the love, the passion, where else to go? Heart. That's where I'm at. That's where I've been. That's what I've done. So start with heart and you will see.
My advice to any young upcoming chef right now is to start with heart. Get your first-hand training, can't go wrong.
Uganda in the building, love it. Shout to everybody from Africa, man. Swerve. Andre in the building, Jam and Jerk Squad. I see ya. Nicaragua.
We were sipping whiskey neat, highest floor of the Bowery, and I was high enough. Somewhere along the lines, we stopped seeing eye to eye. You were staying out all night, and I had enough. No, I don't wanna know where you've been or where you're going, but I know I won't be home, and you'll be on your own. Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? Who's gonna rock you when the sun won't let you sleep? Who's waking up to drive you home when you're drunk and all alone? Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning?
This is how you're gonna feel today.
Thinking I am mandagi we yeza pera kuluna pera thinking I am mandagi we yeza pera kuluna pera. I'm sorry if I did you wrong, yazu too late. I'm sorry if I did you wrong, yazu too late. I'm sorry if I did you wrong, yazu too late. I'm sorry if I did you wrong. Yeah, I'm too late. Yes, it is me. Yes, the man that give you, I could go to the jail. Yes, the man that give you, paro, yeah. You know after the show, yeah. But can you hear me commando, yeah. Shakara ulo genio, ataka malo, kamala shaka, shakara ulo genio, all the money must go do you. I get it plenty paro, yeah. You know after the show, yeah. But can you hear me commando, yeah.
One more time, let's say.
Bye-bye. Yes, Power Ranger,
SO and see if it works, yeah?
Gonna Asita selene solo limpile mnai. Unini saba wela yo se pige la salsa. Angeke bai pale yo ay mama yang biza matao. Lalela. Asita selene solo limpile mnai. Unini saba wela yo se pige la salsa. Angeke bai pale solo limpile mna unini saba wela yo se pige la sas eke bai vale yo que minya kama yang biza mata asihlasele solo limpile mna unini saba wela yo se pige la sas eke bai vale yo que minya kama yang biza mata 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 Yama young bees, I'm a thousand.
Somebody vibe, how we feel? How we feel?
Same time, solo, Ulila Masan, Ingilo, Sila, and Pilrenyami. I'm a lume, Kulo, Same time.
Hello, everyone. I know you are just coming to the end of your lunch. We really need to get going now. So in another 5 minutes, we will begin. Okay?
zangu salamu zikufikie salamu salimini salama Afrika dunia nzima sikiliza kinanda kutoka Dar es Salaam salama salimu amsha mapo hapo cheza mako po amsha mapo po cheza mako hapo cheza mako po amsha mapo cheza mako po ruka mako po mapo amsha hapo mapo
Costa Rica, what's going on? Come on.
Okay, we are down to the last lap for the afternoon. And so we are going to move right into it. And we're going to be hearing from the Honorable Marcia Smith. But before Minister Smith comes to us, we are going to deviate a little. You know, part of our mandate, a strategic priority, is reaching the young people. And we have to find different ways of reaching them. Sometimes, as is Ronique here? Ronique, who is in charge of our youth portfolio, will tell you. Mrs. Smiley Green is also deeply involved in that. And other team members here like Kimberly, they will tell you we have to go on the corner, we call it pan the corner, and sit with them and talk with them and hear their views and hear their voices. Other times we have to reach them through sports. Other means that we get to them is through music. So we have to be along with the times. We are familiar with our musical genre. We have to hear what they hear, listen to. So we are integrally involved in that. And the music is also part of the focus that we have for STEAM. So we talk about science, technology, engineering, the arts, and the mathematics. And you cannot come to Jamaica and not get a bit of our music, right? Because that's what defines us. That's what we are known for. So I'm going to break a cardinal rule that my grandmother taught me. She said, when you eat, sit down and let the food digest. Has anybody ever heard that? Have you ever heard that, Gran? Really? In your culture? So it is indeed scientific. But I'm going to deviate from it today. You won't die. So we're going to stand and we're going to move. And we're going to move to a popular reggae music. So who believe they can't move, you have to move. And we have some dancers across the Heart Trust. So we have Jody Clark. Jody, come. Yes. And we have Tashia. And we have K. Marie, Forbes, Rowbottom. And Miss Marcia Grant, we have you too. And Alicia Williams. So you all come. I can't stand up here alone. Come, Kimberly. And there is a popular music. So it is called Drift. All right? So everybody, so you're going to watch them. You're going to do Drift. And we have 2 gifts. Christine has 2 gifts for the best dancers. So you look around to see who danced the best. Now you're gonna stand as leaders. You need balance. Come on, stand. That's also part. And you're going to see who danced the best. Christine has a gift. Come on, ready.
Stop. Singer, me, cross, on, killer, some move
ya. Jif. 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 Make me turn up in ya. Move. Woo. Woo. Jif. Make me turn up in ya. Jif.
I think Professor Sherman Barrett deserves one of the gifts. And our Trinidadian sister. Eastman, how comes you don't get any of the gifts? Come on, Christine has it over there. Okay, so we have to find ways to engage, ways as leaders for our own work-life balance, whatever that is, even if it means a little dancing of drift now and then. Okay, so we are going to move into reshaping the education system. And at this point, we're going to be hearing from the Honorable Marcia Smith. And the Honorable Marcia Smith, MP, was appointed State Minister in the Ministry of Education and Youth on May the 22nd, 2023. Prior to this, she served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, following her appointment on September the 14th, 2020. She was educated at the University of the West Indies and the Norman Manley Law School and was admitted to practice law in 1997. Her areas of practice include general legal advice, probate, conveyancing, and civil litigation. She was elected to represent the constituency of Northeast St. Anne in September 2020. So we are going to hear from the Honorable Marcia Smith on reshaping the education system. Let us give her a round of applause as she comes to us.
Good afternoon. All right, so I know you've been going at it for a day and a half, just about, and you have heard on many occasions all the various persons who are present. So by now, you know it by heart. So I am going to just say all protocols observed, and I'm happy to see the tables are full of smiles, because it means that you've been networking and sharing and collaborating the way that you ought to for the conference or the summit to bring forth fruit. Now, the Ministry of Education and Youth is happy to share in this summit and to speak on the topic, Conversations on Reshaping the Education System. Because at this current moment, the ministry is undergoing a transformation, and we call it our trend. It is the transformation of education for National Development Program. And this program has come out of a 2021 Orlando Patterson-led study, which looked at the education system in Jamaica in all its facets and came up with a review of what is actually on ground and recommendations how to make our education system fit for purpose. Because the truth is, along the way, we have produced a lot of outstanding students, but at the same time, we do have a large percentage of students who, when we examine their academic and vocational backgrounds, are ill-equipped to really be employable. Right? So, and I'm not saying anything that we all don't know in our own country. And so this report by Professor Patterson was a very important report because all the stakeholders in the education and youth arena were a part of this commission to give the kind of feedback as to what we needed to do. And having come up with that commission report, there were 7 pillars that were identified as being areas requiring urgent change. The first one is governance, administration, leadership, and legislation. The second, early childhood education. The third, curriculum, teaching, and teacher training. The fourth being tertiary sector. The fifth being TVET in Jamaica. The sixth being infrastructure and technology. And the seventh being finance. And the truth is, when we look at all aspects of education, you'll always have to take into consideration for all decisions every pillar, because you cannot look at TVET without looking at your infrastructure and technology and how you're going to finance it, what's the curriculum being offered in the TVET areas, whether or not you are tapping into the foundational skills at the early childhood level, and whether or not your governance and administration framework supports all of these things coming to the table, coming to fruition. And so in order to implement such a groundbreaking commission report, the ministry has been very strategic in how it is approaching this transformation. The first thing that we are doing within the ministry is that we are mainstreaming transformation in the day-to-day operations of the Ministry of Education and Youth. Every decision that is being taken at the Ministry of Education and Youth at this point in time must take into account whether or not that decision actually puts forward the agenda of making all these 7 areas more effective. And this is because the Ministry of Education has 14 agencies and 10 divisions. And we have over 2,000 public and private early childhood institutions. That's a whole heap of children. If you were to multiply that 2,319 and you say a school with 30 children at minimum, you'd realize just how many children are actually in that sector. And then we go up to our primary and secondary schools where we have 1,010 schools, and then our schools are further divided into 7 educational regions. Now, in the past, we would have waited until our students left high school or secondary school before really giving that thrust to TVET. Because heart, when I was growing up, was something that persons really considered as a viable option when it is that their CXCs did not mirror what they wanted. That was the time when persons made their preparations for TVET. Now, the Ministry of Education is changing how that is taking place. The current economic conditions in which we live show that vocational skills are a necessary part of what an employee needs to have when they face the world of work. And it so means that your vocational capacity needs to be developed much earlier than at 16 to 18. It actually needs to start from early childhood and make its way up through the different stages. And so the Ministry of Education is seeking to transform even the focus of the curriculum to make it STEM-based or STEAM-based, because the foundation of TVET is really STEM. These are the academic disciplines that support your vocational skills. And so changing the direction of STEM and bringing technologies within the schools is one of the ways in which the Ministry of Education is moving to transform how we educate. COVID-19 created an opportunity for us to roll out the digital economy within schools much earlier. And what it forced us to do was to address, as a country, the digital divide. Before COVID, you would have had a situation where only middle class to wealthy children had access to the internet and to devices. What COVID did was to a great extent, equalize the playing field and make it national policy that as much as you could, every part student must have a device. Groundbreaking. And added to that, there were subsidies that were put in place for persons who were not within that category of persons to get past benefits, to have something to put towards a device. So that alone has changed the way in which we are educating our children. So our children are being educated with the knowledge that education is a part of how you receive and transmit knowledge. Because the thing about the digital education is not about receiving knowledge alone. It's also about you, as a student, sending it back to your instructor and making it that interactive space. Now, I'm going to speak a little bit about how the ministry is ensuring that TVET is a part of the secondary education. Prior to this renewed focus on TVET, we would have, in the country, have been aware of some of our more traditional, what we would call TVET high schools. And these are your schools like your Kingston Technical and your Dintil Technical high schools. Persons knew that when you went to these schools that you were likely to leave. Even if you left with your academic subjects, you are also going to leave with some skill, something that you could monetize immediately on leaving secondary school. Now, with the expansion in the pathways at the Ministry of Education, so you have now an idea that there are some of you who will go through an academic stream, and there are others of you that are going to go straight vocational, to make that vocational training available right within the school curriculum. Because when we look at our curriculum, these are some of the areas where you have to vet front and center: agriculture, business education, home economics, industrial education, visual arts. These are all areas, if you look at them critically, are areas that ultimately will support your vocational training. You know, I had an interesting experience a couple months ago where I had the opportunity to go to one of our high schools, and every student there said to me, we all have to do a vocational subject. We all have to do a STEM subject. So there is an awareness among the younger population that they cannot be employable with just the academic disciplines, but that the vocational disciplines are important. So the transformation that the Ministry of Education is doing is getting the buy-in from a much earlier age, not just when you're exiting the secondary school system, but to get the buy-in at an earlier age among our students and among our parents, because we know that career choices are to some extent influenced by what your mother, your father want you to be. You'll hear somebody say, oh, I wanted to be an artist, but my mother said to me that I needed to go to medical school. And you'll find that maybe 20 years into the future, the person has given up medicine and is now a full-fledged artist. So we know we have some work to do in terms of getting the society to buy in into the values of what it is to be someone who earns through vocational skills. So this is where we are. The trend, the trend that was launched recently will see a series of pop-ups and town halls going across the island, going into schools, going into communities, and bringing Jamaicans on board with the new vision of what it means to be educated for the real world and for the current world. So it is going to take a lot of public relations to sort of water that ground before you start planting the seeds. And supporting that move towards getting persons more STEM-oriented is a project that we see in our country to extend broadband connectivity throughout the country, with particular reference on our schools and our public institutions. Very important, because if we are truly going to capitalize on all the benefits of the digital transformation and also digital instruction, in order to level the playing field and to make access even, the broadband connectivity is part of the back room that will support vocational studies eventually. And that is why I say, even though TVET is a pillar by itself under the transformation, it is a part of the transformation that cannot occur without the other elements of the pillars being built out as well. And I just want to just share with you that we are at different stages within our transformation program. There are some pillars that are further along than others. And what I will share with you that in November, earlier November, the minister did report to the nation that as it related to the pillar 5, which is TVET, that we were 20% along the way in the changes that we are making in the background to support TVET. And even though the 20% may sound a little bit low, remember the transformation is something that is going to take place in tranches of three years at a time, because there are significant changes to be made. But at 20% today, we are actually on track with making that transformation we expect to see in the TVET landscape within that 10-year period that we project that the trend program will have to be. There are going to be immediate to short-term things that can happen in this space, but ultimately, I believe that the sensitization that is happening as it relates to STEM and STEAM, and even this week we would have had the Minister of Finance and the Public Service, along with Minister Favour Williams, speaking about the construction of the first STEM school, keeping the idea of STEM and vocations within the public discourse space is what is going to turn the tide in persons appreciating and valuing the importance of vocations. And before I end, I want to just say that I am also someone who went through an academic route, but later on, I decided that I needed a vocation. So I actually did a certification in being a sister loctician. So even though, because I, yeah, because I do believe that it is important for every person to have a skill alongside an academic pursuit, because life is, you can't predict what will happen in your life. And once it is that you have something vocational to complement your academic pursuits, you're ultimately the far more attractive employee out there. Thank you.
Everybody needs a skill, Minister. Even we need a skill. I'm still trying to see what skill I need to go and take. Certainly not cooking, but Marsha, I've started. Okay, Minister, we have spoken a lot about digital transformation this morning. How do you see trend taking into consideration the digital transformation agenda?
All right, so the backbone of the project to connect our schools is really at the center of that digital transformation, because we need a space where it is that our children, whether they're in a rural area or an urban space, that they're able to access online instruction, and whether it be in the school setting where they access it at school, or they're able to communicate from an offline, from a remote location with their school. So the digital transformation really has this girding on that connectivity, internet connectivity program that is rolling out. I know we see them digging up the roads in Kingston, and sometimes we get a little bit annoyed, but that digging up is actually the laying of the fiber cables to support that transformation. Yes.
Very concise. Do you have any feedback or questions for the minister now that we have her? It's not often that we get hold of her in this way. Any questions? Any comments? Okay. Minister, I just have one more thing. I'm very concerned about literacy and numeracy. I think it's a building block for everything else, including and its core skills in TVET. How is Trend addressing the challenge we have of moving the literacy and numeracy rates, especially among our primary school children?
Okay, so we know that we always have literacy programs within the Ministry of Education and Youth. But in terms of for Trend, the pillar that is going to give the greatest support to issues relating to literacy will be the pillar relating to early childhood education, because the challenges and the deficits that exist actually have their origins at the early childhood level of your educational journey. And this pillar is going to be looking at prioritizing early childhood institution, and we have prioritized 120 early childhood educational institutions, in particular in areas of poverty, to help those institutions be certified. And certification is almost like a guarantee that there are certain things embedded within the school that will ensure that the children who are at these schools are getting quality education, because there are lots of basic schools and infant schools, but what certification does is to act as a barometer for quality education. There's also an improving of the training of persons who work in the early childhood field, and also to give parental support in what it is our parents need to do at that level to support what the children need in order to go to the next level. So it is more play to learn, not just playing. Sometimes we see early childhood as us coloring a book or so on. The emphasis is really to get our early childhood in such a space that when they're at primary level, the teachers there are not doing too much remedial things. All right? And that's one more thing to mention, that the Early Childhood Commission does do testing of the 4-year-olds in the country to ensure that if there are deficits within their learning capacity, that they're identified early. So these are some of the changes that we're doing in early childhood and have done to ensure that we can address literacy at a much earlier stage before it reaches to the primary school.
Well done. Thank you for that very concise response, Minister. Mr. Chinepu, please. A concise question, okay? You get a concise answer. Persons with disabilities. Okay, Minister.
Okay. All right, so I'm happy that you actually touched on special needs, special education, because that is also a part of the transformation in terms of building out a more robust and responsive special education network. You see, the truth is, until the network is fully built out for special education, because TVET is a layer on top of that. How I see it, TVET is a layer on top of that. We have opened as recently as, let me see now, this will be in June, special education expansion of school in St. Elizabeth. And so we are slowly rolling out the infrastructure, because the infrastructure changes that need to be made is not just about your digital network, it's also about the physical spaces in which to house the schools. Because special needs, disabled persons, not all instruction can be done digitally. It will actually require you to be in a physical location. So it is being addressed. Good afternoon.
able to it's not respected as much. So that curiosity is not there. We still focus a lot. And maybe we need to, but to my mind, I think the arts that generate curiosity is something that we need to really, really place up there. So.
Okay. So another thing about me, I did art up to 60. Yes, so I recall when I did art, they were like, "You're doing art? But you're supposed to be bright. What are you doing art for?" No, so I actually did art up to CXC. And so I do know the importance of art education. It does involve a lot of critical thinking, and it also involves a lot of discipline in order to practice the craft. So you would have noticed that the language from the Ministry of Education has changed since, I would say, in the last 6 or so to a year, where we are focusing more on STEAM. Because as you rightly say, there is a very important place for the arts. The impact that they have on mental health are just, you can't even quantify how much the arts allow for persons to process and act out negative situations in a way that is safe. So STEM is something that the Ministry of Education is seeking to promote. What I would like to say to all of us here, in particular those of us who are in Jamaica, that as the trend program goes around the country, one of the things that we want to come out of that public engagement, before we make the prescriptions, because we have a lot of prescriptions already, we know the different studies, and you rightly say, Jamaican educators have traveled far and wide to look at different educational approaches. But having traveled far and wide and seen the different educational approaches, what trend is going to offer to the regular person is to say, you are a stakeholder. This is what is likely to happen. Let us get your feedback. And I think that feedback is going to be very important to the changes that will be reflected in the new educational landscape.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And the second question I have is, how does the ministry...
Just a minute. We are coming down. Minister, can you take any more questions? Just one more, because Minister has to leave very concisely. Yes.
I only have one. So, Honorable Minister, so we spoke earlier about the recognition of transverse skills and how to identify that and how the TVET ecosystem is absorbing and reconciling that. Are we, within the Ministry of Education, has that been distilled down? You spoke about Keynesian theory earlier, but does that distill down to the officers on the ground, the teachers, in terms of identifying transverse skills, the notion of transverse skills as a part of skill development in early childhood and also in adult education?
Right. So you asked me a very technical question, you see? And I don't have no technical support right now. But what I will say, however, is that based on the leadership and the briefing that I have from the persons in the Early Childhood Commission, and in particular because they have as one of their mandates to certify the schools, and it's a big part of the transformation project. They are out in the field ensuring that the quality of the instruction in these institutions are up to par. And one of the things that they're doing is by that that year 4 readiness, which is 4-year-olds, to assess their readiness for learning, which is what you really start in earnest at primary school, is a very important part of what the Commission is doing, getting them ready for school. So I can tell you that the Early Childhood Commission, the head of it and the officers that work under that commission, they have at their mandate and at their heart that the children, in particular those at the early childhood age cohort, that they receive the best education that they can in the circumstances that they are. All right, and thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and we look forward to trend and how it will transform our education system. I know you have more to say, but please, please, we need to hear your voices. So use a tablet, the approach that Mrs. K. Marie Forbes-Rowbottom described yesterday, and enter your questions, your comments, your thoughts in that Google app, that software that we have been engaging with. We want to see how it all comes together at the end of the day, in terms of the discussions, the highlights. So use the tablets and let us hear your voices. We're down to the penultimate session of the day, and we're going to be looking at strengthening skills data intelligence to address skills mismatch. We have started the conversation yesterday, and today it is going to be done by Miss Gillian Corodas. But before Miss Corodas comes to us, we are going to ask Mr. Mark Wallen, our Director for the Audit Department, to come and make a presentation to the Minister. Just like that, Mr. Wallen. Oh, it's there. All right. Thank you so very much. And thanks again, Minister. And we look forward to engaging with you. Let's give the Minister a round of applause. Okay, so strengthening skills data intelligence. We're just going to continue with the conversation, augmenting data sets to drive skill equity and efficiency in labor markets. And we know the team from Trinidad and our own Mrs. Alison Birch Cooper. We started the discussion yesterday. And Ms. Carrodus is going to continue. Ms. Carrodus has served the public sector for over 26 years. She currently heads the division in the Ministry of Labor with responsibility for industrial relations and allied services. She has oversight for all industrial disputes reported to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for its intervention. That's a big job. As well as efforts to eliminate child labor, the licensing of employment agencies, also local and overseas employment programs operated by the ministry. She has extensive training from the international labor market in contemporary labor relations. She presents a balanced perspective on employment, labor relations, and the changing world of work. Let's make Ms. Carrodus welcome as she comes to us.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And I'm only 27, although I have done 26 years. All right, so I want to welcome you all to Jamaica. And we have quite a lot to discuss. And you mentioned that the conversation started yesterday. And the presentation that was done on skills needs anticipation spoke of the fact that there is limited or a siloed labor market information within developing countries. And I believe that Jamaica also suffers from that. So today we'll be talking about the strengthening of skills and looking at the data sets more so. I decided to use the data sets because it's chock full of information. All right, so before we start, I just want to give you a little snapshot of what we do within the Ministry of Labor as relates to labor market information at the community level. Last 4 years, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security has intensified its approach to placements And we have lifted quite a bit of information through our job fairs and interactions with employers, job seekers, and workers currently employed. And a few of these trends I will just discuss. So we have seen that Jamaica's labor force has grown exponentially. We recognize that labor force participation has also grown. So labor market participation has grown, where we're seeing in January 2022, 64% versus in January 2021, 62.8. And in April 2022, 64.4 versus 63.3 in the previous year. Total unemployment has also declined significantly. And I'm happy to say that Jamaica stayed in business while many countries were closed. And we did that through flexible work arrangements and also getting employers and workers to recognize it was not business as usual, it was business unusual. And therefore, we had persons who were trained in certain skill areas looking at what other skills they have, and therefore were able to literally migrate workers from one area to another. We also managed the redundancy data that we had so that we could see where pockets of persons were disengaged due to redundancy and had those persons, for want of a better word, recycled and eventually re-employed in other geographical locations and other areas of occupation. So Jamaica had a mix of strategy that allowed us to rebound or to show the resilience in the labor market that many countries today are studying. So we have on the screen that in April 2022, we were able to have unemployment at a low of 6%, and that was down from the previous year in January, where we're at 8.9%, and we're even much lower, and you'll see that shortly on the screen. We also were able to tackle what I would call the beast of youth unemployment and disengaged young persons, moving our unemployment of youths from 22.8% in January 2021 down to 15.5% in April 2022, and you're going to see that we're even much lower. Now, when we did our own surveys and looked at job seekers, we recognized that it's not hard to get a job in Jamaica, because persons who are seeking jobs indicated that they took, majority of them took under 1 month to get a job. 21.6% were taken under 1 week to get a job. So the question is, and we've heard a debate, is there a labor market supply shortage in Jamaica? And we're going to be answering this after the presentation. So we are seeing that 39.7% of job seekers said that they took less than 1 month. So if you look at the cumulative average of persons using under 1 month, it's over 50% of job seekers that are getting jobs within a month. When we looked at what is happening with our private employment agencies, in the introduction, you would have heard that I also have to do with the employment agencies. And when we asked them for their statistics, we were seeing that they, too, were showing very, very interesting statistics. In terms of the vacancies, they were showing us that the entertainment industry and amusements, those jobs are the ones that are coming up as the key vacancies. And we have to look at it carefully, because Jamaica is seen as an entertainment capital. Are we really providing persons with the skill sets to take these jobs up? Are we really tapping into the film industry? Are we tapping into the entertainment industries? What are we doing in this regard? In regards to waiters and servers, another key area of employment would have been the food service industry. Not just waitresses and waiters, because when we had COVID and establishments closed, they were no longer waiters and waitresses because you couldn't have in restaurant dining, etc., but they were doing other things. We need to look at what is it that these people are doing, what are the new skill sets that are needed. How has the business process in these industries changed? Or I don't know if I can say changed because it's constant, so how is it changing? Just looking at a glance, the service industry is where the jobs are. The service industry. So the private employment agencies are filling the service industry. And I will let you into a little secret. We are having a challenge locally also because we have an overseas employment program that is really taking a lot of these skilled waiters and waitresses from the hotel and tourism sector. So literally, Jamaica is seen as masterclass in terms of services of that nature. And therefore, we are getting more jobs in the overseas employment program so that we are even depleting the ready supply of labor for our own hotel and accommodation sector. Public sector. The public sector jobs, we're seeing technicians. We're talking STEM again. We're seeing associate professionals. Yes, the managers and other occupations. But are we really okay as a public sector? Are we able to find persons for our public sector? Many public sectors across the world are literally creating new employment models in order to fill their public sector. In Canada, for instance, they have expanded the use of their nomad visa. What does this mean? A worker can stay in Jamaica and work with a Canadian company. So they stay local and work global. That's a transformation that is happening. That is part of what is depleting Jamaica's labor force, labor supply. I think questions are at the end. In respect of the qualification that employers are asking for, this is a little snapshot of what employers are asking for. The majority of employers are asking for bachelor's degrees. And the CSEC, the traditional qualification. Question, is this the way forward for employers? Is it that the employers themselves are, by their own action, not recognizing the transition and creating part of that skills mismatch? Perhaps that is a part of the problem Jamaica is facing, that the employers themselves have not recognized that in addition to the traditional certification, there are certain skills that will complement the quality of work, quality of workers. The chair is in the way. What job shortages? I think this is the only one that's affected. So the quality of work we spoke about, but job shortages. When we drill down in the health sector, for instance, we are seeing that while employers are saying there's a shortage in supply of workers, there are workers who are saying we have upskilled, but now there are no jobs available in Jamaica. So we have a lot of nurses that are going to the United Kingdom, they're going to the United States, they're going to Canada, they're going to many other countries. And those nurses, for instance, have said that they are trained in critical care. They are trained in anesthesia, mental health. They are registered nurses. They are specialists in trauma and accident, emergency nurses. And they're also in other specialized areas. What we have recognized is that there is also a mismatch in who we are preparing compared to the jobs that we have. So there's a dual problem. We have jobs for which we have persons that are not suitably trained in terms of the specific vocational skills. And we have the flip side, where we have specific vocational skills for which persons are trained, but the jobs are not available locally. So, where are we? Where is Jamaica? Jamaica is experiencing a historic low in unemployment. 4.5% unemployment as at April 2023. That is an achievement that is second to none in our labor market in Jamaica. But what does that mean? It means that an employer may not be able to find workers who are suitably trained, and therefore will be just employing whoever is available. So that also will cause the skills mismatch. They're working with what they have or who they can find. What it also means is that we have to look at not just what is going on in the formal sector, because all of this is the formal sector, but what is going on in informality. The Companies Office of Jamaica, a year ago, indicated to us that there is a historic increase in new business registration, own account work. People have gone to work for themselves. COVID has taught a lot of persons to lose the fear they had about entrepreneurship. These persons have migrated from the formal labor force. So one, we have to get them back. But two, in getting them back, we need to have a study of what is available, what skills do they have, what is the reason they left in the first place. How are we going to get them back into the labor force? What skill areas are we going to place them? It's a cause for concern, but presents a challenge for us. And Jamaica, we little about with Talawa. And we will overcome, but we have to work together to overcome. So youth unemployment is showing a decline as well. 16.7% in July 2022. Now we're 13.2% July 2023. Where are most of these young persons employed? Quickly, I can tell you, they're in the global services sector, the BPOs. Why? The way that persons want to work has changed. The flexible working or employment model of the global services sector has caused the young persons to gravitate towards these sectors. They can work from home. That's the first thing. They're using technology. The second thing, that's what they like. The third thing is that they don't have to wear a three-piece suit. They can wear their trainers, they can lock their hair, they can do whatever makes them themselves. We have to recognize that the generational shift is real, and we also have to recognize that gone are the days that workers are working for longevity and a pension. This generation of workers, we try to coin many terms, gig worker, all types of things we've used. But the fact of the matter is, they work as long as they want to work. And we have to recognize that as organizations, as entities, you have to have a constant employment. Persons are not into one career anymore. You heard minister herself say, I am the minister, but I know I have a trade. And that is what a lot of young persons are into. They have many skills. So we have to recognize when we're training that gone are the days that a trainee just wants to pursue a career path. Is there a career path anymore? I'm not even sure. It is more a multi-career path, if there is any. Let's think of it. So what's the current picture? I'm just showing you a little bit of the work that the placement arm of the Ministry of Labor has been doing and some of the information that we've lifted. Because the conversation that I've been asked to have today with you is about augmenting data sets to drive skill equity. We have to look at what's happening in the data. All right, so 2022-2023, this financial year, so far we have seen more accommodation and food service vacancies, administrative and support services, wholesale, retail, repair, and motor vehicle and motorcycles. We have seen information and communication, manufacturing, financial and insurance services. I'm just highlighting those. All right, so let's see what has happened with those. Of the vacancies we've received, we were only able to fill 43.1% of those vacancies in the accommodation and food service sector. Why? We have lots of people who are looking for jobs, but they don't have the skills. Administrative and support service activities, we were only able to fill 14.6%. Why? Digitization has gotten the best of some of these persons. The changing business process in administrative jobs and all of that has made some workers ineligible for those jobs. The wholesale and retail, and I don't want anybody to say Chinaman shop, because it's more than the Chinaman shop. We were able to fill 58.9%. Why? Because these are low-skill jobs. So what we find is that those areas that requires the skills, we're having a difficulty. The low-skill jobs, yeah, We're getting the people in there. Now, while we are getting the persons in there, I am also very concerned. Digitization has moved and changed the face of business globally. And I'm just asking you to reflect, especially the Jamaicans in this room. We have a lot of retail and wholesale entities. Up till today, I have not seen even one with a self-checkout area. Think of the United States, Canada, the UK. They have moved from the labor-intensive operation. We have moved to point-of-sale systems, but we still have a young lady or a young man saying, "May I have your card, please?" So that they can swipe it and you will put in your PIN number. In other countries, the customer does all of that. So while we are growing and there are far more businesses, the use of technology has not been optimized. We're also seeing from our statistics that social work is maxed out. You can't find social workers. The UK is coming to Jamaica to find social workers. So as soon as a vacancy comes up in social work, it's filled. Here, because those social workers who are coming from the classroom are the ones we're just putting straight into the social work. They don't have to wait a minute for a job. Having a look at another very important part of the analysis. We have for many years been speaking about the marginalization of women in the workplace and inclusion of women in the labor market. But we're seeing something that is very significant. If you look at the bottom of the 3,575 vacancies that were assessed, only 338 men were employed. Where are our men? And I can answer that question easily. They are not in the formal sector. Most of them have migrated to the informal sector, informality. That is where they're their own boss. Do we need, therefore, a hybrid employment or hybrid engagement, because probably employment is not the correct term anymore, a hybrid engagement model that gives the worker the option of working certain hours for themselves and certain hours in the organization that is an employee-employer type work? Probably we have to look at those hybrids. All right, so we had here, just looking at Jamaica, those of you who are not Jamaicans, I will just explain a little bit. So Kingston and St. Andrew, that's where we are right now. That's the city, the key business district. And the majority of our vacancies in the labor that were given to Labor Department were in Kingston and St. Andrew, and followed by Westmoreland, where we have development of new hotels and guest houses. So the hotel and tourism sector accounts for that number of jobs. Also in St. James, we have a lot of that's where you get so Negril area into St. James, where you have the Sanksa International Airport. That's where most of our tourists come in. So you have a lot more of the tourism type, entertainment type jobs and vacancies in that belt. And when we looked at the placements that we were able to make, we recognized that the placements didn't resemble the number of vacancies that we had. And this overlay shows, pardon me, let me go back. This overlay shows that in Kingston and St. Andrew, we were not able to fill 61.9, roughly 62% of the jobs. In Westmoreland, the same. But Hanover, those small parishes with big entities, so we have the Rio, etc., in those areas, we're not able to fill those positions. All right, so Hanover, Manchester, St. Catherine are areas that we need to upskill our persons, and we have to ensure that we are matching the job types that are there with the skills that we provide in these parishes. Drivers of the mismatch, the changing world of work, business processes, things are not, it's not business as usual, it's business unusual. Digitization, artificial intelligence, the use of technology, we find that STEM training is very important. Geographical challenges, where the jobs are, the people are not. And where the people are, we don't have the jobs. So we have to have a greater synergy between the trade and investment, labor, and education. Insufficient use of labor market data. Most of what I've put up on the screen, we're in silos. So one set of people have this, the other set have something else. We need to have a comprehensive labor market information system. Availability of industry-informed and industry-specific upskilling programs needs to be looked at. Employers are saying people are being trained, but we are not satisfied with the skill sets that they come with. So we have to go back to the drawing board to ensure that the changes that employers are experiencing is replicated in terms of what is happening in the classroom. All right, way forward. I mentioned a comprehensive labor market information system. We need a national placement portal. We need to ensure the geo-mapping of our labor demand and supply so we can see what is happening on a parish national level. Comprehensive analysis of the skills and mismatch by industry. We have to make it tailored to each industry. We have to, it's not a one-size-fits-all. We have to ensure that we are doing an assessment of the current state of informality in Jamaica and own account work. We have to look at the pool of persons and what are the gaps there and transition those jobs and persons to formality. We have to have an ongoing dialogue with investors to ensure that we are training persons in the areas, geographical locations that they will invest. And also, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security has, through its new minister, he was here earlier, Minister Pernell Charles Jr., he has given his instruction and directives that there should be no one left behind. So if someone is trying to seek overseas employment and does not have those skills available, they should be channeled through to local employment and skill development until they become ready for that overseas market and vice versa. So there's a lot to do in terms of the labor market and upskilling and the TVET training that we are here to discuss. I want to thank you for listening, and I hope that you have seen something that you didn't see before. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carrodus, for such a timely and well-delivered presentation. Colleagues, I want to ask you to take note of those recommendations for the way forward. And team, K-Marie and Yvette and Tash and Cleona and all of you down here, please, we need to get these slides out to the audience so we can sit, look at it in our own time, digest it. Ms. Carrodus, please do not go. We have Mr. Marlon here to just give you a small token of appreciation and just to say thank you for such a beautiful and excellent, well-delivered presentation. Please come back here. Thank you. Enjoy. We are now down to the round table conversations, and I'm going to do it very quickly. Can you just project on the screen some of the thoughts that were collected electronically? We just want to highlight who is working on that. Okay, what I'm going to do is ask each table just to give one short reflection from the day's event. Okay, so I begin here with Miss Anastasia. One short reflection, or Alex or Valerie, from today's event. Quickly. It could be a productivity. That one resonates with you, yes. Behind there,
from Minister Charles, where he says skills training is not learning to do something, but to prepare to assume a position of productivity.
Wow, prepare to assume a position of productivity. That's very important, and that was linked with impact. That table there. Wow, that one went down with all of us. Productivity is a lifestyle. We need to be impactful. This table?
From Marsha Smith, who had said, if I recall, I think I paraphrased this, in individual vocational capacity to be developed at a much earlier stage in life. As I'm looking from the student perspective, talking about early childhood education. That is important.
I agree with you. Early childhood education, the building block for what happens else in the other stages. Thank you.
Quoting from what Minister Charles said this morning, that TVET has to be market-led. We must fill needs and not just our quota.
Wow, TVET must be market-led. Yes, Dr. Porter, that was a very fundamental point that was made. Thank you. Any other table? Mrs. Gittins, let us hear you before the day ends, because I'm sure you have got a lot of strategies for that plan, the corporate and the strategic plan. She's responsible for getting ensure we have a rigorous strategic plan.
Well, for me, one of the most impactful takeaways is the importance of the people, having the people at the center. As we look at productivity, is not only that they are not producing, but the why behind the producing and the importance of leadership in that.
Well done, Mrs. King. That was a theme not only for today, but it was yesterday, running right through the importance of the people at the center of it all. Oh, yes, Katrina, go ahead.
Right, just a comment from Table 8. Sustainable development can only be achieved through a well-prepared workforce, and I think this one as well is also important. Upskilling or training the emerging labor force is essential, but it depends on the changing mindset of the target youths, which further depends on what's in it for them.
Wonderful. That was a long one, Katharina, but we have gotten the essence of it, upskilling our trainee. And that is something that we really need to focus on. So there we have some sticky notes. Productivity mindset is important. Organizational processes and old management styles. How key is that? We will need to consider that as we try to engender and foster productivity mindset. Sustainable development, it's all about the sustainability development goals. And you know, we are all aligned around that, especially goal number 4, that really has TVET right there in the center and the middle. Next one. Upskilling and training through emerging labor force is essential. So that was a constant theme, the need for training and upskilling. Animation, film, entertainment, digital content, some of the new and emerging areas that we really need to push and to develop programs and to offer and to get our trainees and our adults ready to embrace careers in. These are very important new and emerging areas. And the final one, transition to Industry 5. We are really moving, and we need to do the upskilling and training to move along with the trends as we move to Industry 5.0. All right, upskilling again, and how we need to change the mindset. So some very important nuggets there, colleagues, and that takes us to the end of the day. We hope that you have gotten some insights and that you will take away some things to improve your practice and to really look at our outcomes and our impact. I wish for you a great rest of the evening. Thank you for staying until the end. Hope you will get some rest, some relaxation, and just come ready to close tomorrow for day 3. I am Marcia Roamonde, and I really enjoy leading you today. Thank you very much.